and tune in to all of the live action or go to our on-demand service and relive your favorite moments.
Sports fans, welcome back to Game Time, to pure spirit, to pure sport. Welcome back to high school sports.
Fans, I'm IHSA Commissioner Paul Knighty, and I just want to say, welcome back.
This is Game Time. This is Indiana high school sports. This is your IHSAA.
Hey, Indiana, let's clear the air about vaping. Glue, rat poison, paint. We all know these products contain poisons like formaldehyde, arsenic, and lead. And these are just a few of the chemicals you'll find in e-cigarette vapor. Let's clear the air, Indiana. Don't puff this stuff. Visit don'tpuffthisstuff.com to join the fight and spread the word.
Calling officials cheaters or corrupt, it's not a game.
Insulting referees, it's not a game.
Threatening officials, it's not a game.
Berating young umpires, learning the ropes, it's not a game.
Violent language in the stands, it's not a game.
Verbal abuse from the sideline, it's not a game.
Screaming at a referee in the parking lot, it's not a game.
Cue the Chariots of Fire music. It is outdoor track season here at Cook Stadium, Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology for the Early Bird Invitational. The Fightin' Engineers are fresh off their recent sharing of the HCAC Indoor Track Championships. We'll talk more about the teams and the events, but first want to thank our sponsors here at IndianaSRN, starting with Reynolds Farm Equipment, is a leading equipment dealer since 1955. Passion to Care is delivering care with more than 24 years of experience. Boilermaker Local 374 represents highly skilled, highly motivated workers in field construction and metal fabrication throughout the state of Indiana. Wheeler Mission, for over 131 years, has been a pillar in the Indianapolis community. Bertner Electric, your trusted electrician partner since 1986. The Morales Group is in business to create a better future for you and your family. Piper Logistics is your trusted logistics partner since 1994. The Aspen Creek Grill, why go anywhere else? Large selection of food made from scratch and fairly priced. Highway Safety Services provided traffic control and pavement markings in Indiana for the past 60 years. And lastly, the IndianaSRN sports page. Follow the sports page every day with update news from coast to coast. Log on at indianasrn.org and click on our tab. Chris Schumerth here with IndianaSRN and my partner in the booth and eventually on the field, Justin Griffiths. Justin, you get to run around and do your own racing today. Are you ready for some sideline reporting?
Oh, I'm all warmed up, ready to go, and it's going to be an interesting one here. As you mentioned, the Fighting Engineers are co-champions of the indoor HCAC. Let's see how that translates to the outdoor portion, along with their co-champions as well. Manchester is in this event, so a little bit of track rivalry between the two teams. Both of them battled it out for the indoor championships the last 3 years. It's always great to be back in Rose-Hulman. Great facilities as always, and I'm ready and I'm excited to start this event.
It looks great out there. It's 44 degrees, so it might not feel as great outside. But,
and I'll let you know that later on, too.
Yeah, we'll have to check in and see how you're feeling down there. By my count, we've got 4 HCAC teams here today. That's Rose-Hulman, Franklin, Manchester, and Earlham. They'll be joined by Washington University, DePauw, Concordia from Wisconsin, St. Mary of the Woods College, Wabash College, Eureka College, and Indiana University Columbus. Hope I didn't miss anyone. If I did, I'm sure we'll get to them soon. Quick look at the schedule. So there are some field events that have already started this morning. So the men's javelin and the women's shot put got going at 11 a.m. We'll mostly have our eyes on the track events, but we'll try to provide some updates along the way from the field. At noon, we are going to start with the steeplechase here in a few moments. And then as we move into the day, we'll have the 4x1 relay. We'll have the women's steeplechase at about 12:35. We've got the 1,500-meter run after that, and then the 100-meter hurdles at 1:40-ish. The 400-meter dash at about 2 o'clock. The 100-meter dash after that. The 800-meter run about 3:20. We'll be going with the 400-meter hurdles. 3:35-ish. 200-meter dash, followed by the 5,000-meter run. You can run that one, Justin?
I will not, no. But, no, it's one of those things that once these track events get going, it's going to be a fast event. So stay tuned because it's going to be one after the other once these distance ones gets kicked off. But it's going to be fun. Like I said, it's going to be interesting to see how these athletes trained for an indoor season, and now that they're going out to the outdoors and the elements. First event for most of these are going to be chilly, so let's see how their body adjusts to that. And I'll speak with the winners of each event and see how they kind of feel about that and how they expect to go going forward.
The last event that we expect of the day is the 4x400. I have competed over the years at times in some cold weather, and it is an interesting dynamic. You can kind of get by on adrenaline for a while, and I'm sure you see some of the athletes out there. They're in multiple layers, and if you're just running a quick race, then it's not that bad. But yeah, we'll see how people are feeling about 4:30, because that'll probably be the true test and what the athletes will look like at that point in time.
Luckily, I was looking at the weather a little bit. It looks like it's going to warm up a tad. It's going to be around 50 degrees once we hit that 4 o'clock mark. So might help the runners out a little bit. But again, it's going to be one of these things that how much you sit, too, I think is going to affect you, because you always got to stay warm. I know from playing football and playing baseball. In the cold, it's always harder to get warm than to be warm and stay warm. But the risk of staying warm is you lose your endurance. So I think the distance events early on are going to be helpful than the sprint events.
And speaking of distance, we did just get going with the first event of the day, and that's the men's steeplechase. An interesting event because we've got some distance involved, but we've also got some obstacles. And
you got some hurdles going on, and you got some
steeples, not
okay.
hurdles, steeples. As they come around here, we'll try to give some updates about the order, but the athletes in this particular event should be Dominic Dell from DePauw, a freshman. Robert Somerville from DePauw, also a freshman. Jose Amador from Eureka is a junior. Ethan DeHammer is a freshman from St. Mary of the Woods. And Joseph Olazaz is a sophomore from Rose-Hulman. A lot of young kids out there.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people that we'll see again next year as we get the first ones. And, with 7 laps to go, it's going to be one of these events that you don't want to tire yourself out too early.
And it looks like DePauw is out to a good start in this one. And by the seeding, that would be expected.
Yeah, again, they're running 1-2, so not too terribly surprising that they're going to be setting the pace here. It's going to be more once we get into the last couple of laps where we really see the how you go from endurance to sprinting with this type of event, especially when you have the steeples and you have the water. That's going to be an interesting thing going forward.
And I will be ready to provide some updates with field events, but doesn't look like we've got anything done yet. But as we have scores in places, we'll get them out to you. And again, we've got DePauw out in front in this one, comfortably.
Yeah, that might be Dell.
And then this race for second actually looks a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, and everybody's just staying within themselves. They're not going too far out of place because they know they got a while to go here. As once again, it's a lot of setting pace and making sure you maintain that pace going forward for this type of an event. I mean, we look at it, 3 laps to go, and Derek Bell is leading the way with 3 minutes, 21 seconds on that last pass.
Dominic Dell is his name. His teammate Robert Somerville also up there. It's fallen back to third. And there's the water that you were talking about. That's Jose Amador from Eureka. Out there in second at the moment. Followed by Somerville. And Ethan DeHammer in fourth. You can see his fatigue just by the way cleared that steeple. Dominic Dell comes through, still comfortably in first. And his teammate, Robert Somerville, has retaken second place. Looks like that's where the real race is going to be, is between these two guys, Somerville and Amador for second. See Dell's composure. Still finishing those steeples with no problem, although that one was a little more difficult. On the screen you see Rose-Hulman's Joseph Alazas right in front of Dell, but he is getting lapped. Not for the faint of heart, these longer races. But Dell, plenty of energy still, it seems like. Oof. Got doused a little bit there. Does look like Dell's teammate Somerville is coming up in second.
Athletes, this is the second call for the men's and women's 4x100 meter relays. Again, this
4x1 relay coming up next. The athletes getting called by the PA announcers now as we speak, as we finish up the 3,000 steeplechase with Dominic Dell from DePauw comfortably in first. Dell is done. Behind him, I believe that's Ethan DeHammer's got another lap to go from St. Mary of the Woods. That's Somerville from DePaul, who's kept a really nice pace in this race. There was a time where he did fall back to third, but he will get to second comfortably as he's able to lap Joseph Alazas from the home team right before the finish line. Alazas will have another lap to go. Jose Amador from Eureka is going to come in third here. At one point he did have a little bit of a second place lead. Wasn't able to keep pace in the same way that Somerville was. And then here comes DeHamer from St. Mary of the Woods. He'll finish fourth. Nothing surprising from the results here in terms of the seeds to the actual finishes. And there's Alazas from Rose-Hulman. Getting a little bit of a kick for the finish. He'll be the fifth place finisher. Only 5 competitors in this race. And there's probably reason for that. So DePaul gets off to a good start in the track events. Again, not necessarily a surprise, but we're going to see a much quicker race here now with the 4x100. From the men next.
I'm here with Jose Amador, the winner of the steeplechase. Jose, what was your mindset going into probably one of your first outdoor events of the year?
Hopefully I could battle some of the injuries I've been facing all season, and so kind of just going out comfortable and kind of trying to maintain comfortable as well, and just soaking in all the encouragement from all teams and my teammates and everything.
And what is one of the biggest challenges that you face in the outdoor events, you know, with the weather and whatnot compared to the indoor events?
Probably just the unpredictability of the weather just in general. You don't know if it's going to be windy, raining, anything like that. You can only rely on what the weather app says, but that's really the most difficult thing.
All right, thank you, Jose, and congratulations. Back up to you, Chris.
Thanks, Justin. So actually a little bit different from what we saw there. Be interesting to find out, what changes from the finish to the place. And I do see that on the board that Jose Amador is the winner. Should be moving into the next race soon here, 4x100. I've been told it's probably Going to be the women first for most of the events the rest of the day, in spite of the men starting with the steeplechase. While we have this break in the action, we will take a short break, and we'll be right back after these messages.
Finding the right answer and trying again, that's really what dragged me to aerospace. I saw other people making amazing stuff on 3D printers, and I thought if I combined that art of 3D printing with engineering, I could make something as complex as an airplane. It all changed when I came to Rose-Hulman. I feel amazing that I have still 3 years to do something much more complex.
Hello and welcome to Game Day. My name is Keith Myers. I'm the Vice President of IndianaSRN. We're glad that you joined us today. If you'd like to see more content just like tonight, just hit the donate button. Every dollar that you donate will go right back into more games right here on IndianaSRN. This means more games for you. It's IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
We're back here at Cook Stadium, Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology for the Early Bird Invitational, track and field. Number of schools competing today. We're going to see some different heats in this 4x100 race for the women. I believe we will see Concordia, Manchester, and Earlham in this first heat. The athletes are getting ready on their blocks. Very small margin for error in races like this one, both with the exchanges but also the starts. See now that St. Mary of the Woods should also be in this first heat. So the competitors for Rose-Hulman: Emma Johns, Rose Talbert, Elania Hernandez, and Alexa Adams. For DePaul, Tessa Kochert, Shelby Stahl, Callie Thompson, and Emma Gray. And for Concordia, Maya Helscher, JC Reed, Natalia Ballard, and Sabrina Moore. We'll leave it there for now. While we wait, the competitors for St. Mary of the Woods: JC Stone, Kayla Bradbury, Genesis Boyd, Hope McGuire. For Concordia, Ashley Burke, and Maya Jackson, Annabelle Gonering, and Caitlin Katula. All get down here to the starter of the race. Always tough to see early on who's in the lead because of the bends. Those first handoffs.
Athletes, this is the first call for the women's 3,000 meter steeplechase. Again, this is the first call for the women's 3,000 meter steeplechase.
Tough handoff on the outside there. And the kick. Here we go. Rose making a push. As I get some places here, I will announce them. It's Concordia in first. Like I said, Rose-Hulman was making that push. They finished in second. DePaul in third. Be the guys next in the 4x1.
Our next event is the men's 4x100 meter relay.
Competitors here for Manchester: Braylon Twine, Ryan Fox, Abdullamir, Triton Blevins. For St. Mary of the Woods, Devin Bow, Samuel Nasir, Christian Woodard, Darius Megnan. For Wabash, Owen Smith, Carter Leniger, Julius Hearns, Tanner Brooks. For Manchester, Gentry Oliver, Le'Veon Campbell, Chris Renee, Kenneth Red. For DePaul, Io Lalea, Colin O'Malley, Cameron Wilson, Lane Zander. For Concordia, Victor Watson, Sakari Thomas, Silas Bernardo, Jalen Presley. For Concordia, Dominic Sabalos, Josh Sipes, Brock Roseman, Cameron Pierre. And for IU Columbus, Sala Luna, Liam Melne, Alejandro Saldivar, and Jose Martinez. About ready to start. And before this race starts, let's get an update from Justin on the field.
All right, I'm here with Rose-Hulman's 4x100, tied for first in this event. What was your biggest thing from indoor track to outdoor track that you guys adjusted to?
Really definitely just getting the handoffs down, going from indoor to outdoor, changing it up from an open exchange to a blind exchange. It's really different, and I think we worked a lot in the past 2 weeks trying to get those down, because really that'll make or break your 4x1, and I think we did a good job with that too.
And with this being your first outdoor event, what can you expect going forward with the weather and whatnot? How does that affect your running and all that stuff as well?
I think definitely for sprinters, I think every sprinter will say, you run your best race in the heat, in the hot, get your muscles nice and warm. So I think it can only be up from here. Once we get the weather to be warmer, and all of us are a little bit warmer, I think we can expect some faster times from here on out.
Back to being conference champions in the outdoor as well?
Yes, sir.
Thank you guys so much. Back to you, Chris.
Thanks, Justin. So that last push by Rose does get them to a tie in that race. Getting ready to start the 4x100 meter relay for the men here at the Early Bird Invitational, Cook Stadium. There's the gun.
10 Attention all men's high jumpers, you can now report inside in the SRC. The competition will begin in approximately 30 minutes. Again, all men's high jumpers, please report inside for competition.
Manchester battling
This is also the second
in the
call
front.
for the women's 3,000 meter steeplechase. Again, the second call for the women's
Great handoff.
3,000 meter steeplechase.
Getting ready for the final leg. And it comes down to 2. Manchester, that other HCAC co-champion of the indoor. Looks like it's DePaul that gets first, Manchester second. St. Mary of the Woods.
Fancy results from the men's 3,000 meter steeplechase. In third place, Jose Amato from Eureka. In second place, Robert Somerville from DePaul. And in first place, with a time of 10:25.12, Dominic Dell from DePaul.
We're about to see another steeplechase here, this time by the women. So, won't be in any hurry while we wait. Might as well check in on some field events. We'll do that after we talk to Justin, who's with our 4x1 male winners.
I'm here with the DePaul 4x100 winners. What was your guys' strategy going into this race for the first one being of the outdoor season?
He needed to get out fast, which he did. And, good handoff, and we did that, so we won.
With this being one of the first events of the outdoor season, what has been the biggest change for you between the season and now the outdoor season?
Well, it's cold out here and windy. I had the backstretch. But it's those turns, that's what makes the difference for outdoor.
All right, thank you guys and congratulations.
Thank you.
Back up to you, Chris.
Thanks, Justin. Doing a great job down there. So let's check in with some field events. Looks like javelin is getting close to the finish. We don't have quite places yet from men's javelin, but there are 4 throws, and we're on that 4th throw. So hopefully soon we'll have some places. Women's shot put, same. We've got 4 throws, and we're finishing up there. Don't have places yet. Men's long jump,
Athletes, this is the
almost
third and
done.
final call for the women's 3,000 meter steeplechase. Again, this is the third and final call for the women's 3,000 meter steeplechase.
The women's long jump are on their 3rd jump. We've got another one coming. Men's pole vault also in progress. They'll probably be going for a bit longer. Women's high jump in action at the moment. On the track, it'll be the women's steeplechase, and our competitors off. 3,000 meters with steeples to clear. Some water to trudge through.
Fans, your current event on the track is the women's 3,000 meter steeplechase.
Closer start for the women. Looks like DePauw's off to a great start. Manchester coming in fourth.
Fans, your results from the women's 4x100 meter relay. In third place, DePauw. In second place, Rose-Hulman. And your winner, Concordia, Wisconsin, with a time of 50.25 seconds.
Those first three for DePauw are Kendall Mann.
The results from the men's 4x100 meter relay. In third place, Wabash. In second place, Manchester. And in first place with a time of 42.44 seconds, DePauw.
Ladies from DePauw coming around again here, still in first, second, and third. Kendall Mann, Lily Monet, and Chloe Kruger in the top three spots. Riley Stephanie in fourth for Manchester. Juliana Carragher for Rose-Hulman coming in fifth so far. First two neck and neck. Sure they're used to that. Long way to go. Tough part about a race like this, you use your slow twitch muscles, your fast twitch muscles. Sure the training is in some different areas. That's still Kendall Mann in front, and Lily Monet right behind her. Also have a race for third at the moment. That's Chloe Kruger and DePauw right now in third, but Riley Stephanie right behind her from Manchester. I understand that Justin's going to tell us a little bit about what the weather feels like down on the field. Justin, how's it feel down there?
All right, yeah, I'm down here on the field as you've seen for the last couple of events. And as the DePauw runner mentioned, it is cold down here, Chris. And it's not really so much the cold, it's the wind that's being the big factor. Right now, like we said up in the booth, it's 44 degrees. Feels like 39 down here on the field. Back up to you.
39, no big deal. You're in shorts and a t-shirt, jumping into water, as we are here in the steeplechase. It's Kendall Mann and Lily Monet in first and second, teammates from DePauw. Does look like Riley Stephanie has overtaken the third place spot. She's from Manchester, and right behind her is going to be Chloe Kruger for DePauw. So right now DePauw holds the first, second, and fourth spots in this one. They also did well in this event on the men's side. It's Juliana Carragher and Brinley McLeod in 5th and 6th place. It was interesting when two teammates are scratching and clawing for first and second place. Again, I'm sure it's not the first time they've done it. They probably do it every day in practice. You want your team to do well, but you also want to win yourself. Continues to be man out in front, with Monet coming in second. Now she's opened up a little bit more of a lead. And third place from Manchester, it's Riley Stephanie. These two have been very consistent out front as they get prepared to lap one of their opponents. .300 meters. As Kendall Mann laps the second opponent. Right behind her is her teammate. It's Lily Monet in second.
1500 meter run. Again, this is the first call for the men's and women's 1500 meter run.
Man, now a little bit more of a comfortable lead over Monet. Both from DePauw. Not far from here is Greencastle. Shot continues to be Kendall Mann in front of Lily Monet, both from DePauw. Behind them is Riley Stephanie from Manchester. Chloe Kruger also from DePauw. In the third and fourth place slots at the moment. All sports are mental, but there's got to be a strong mental aspect to an event like this. Trying to get to that part of yourself that can burst through what you feel like you're capable of. And you see Monet pushing out her lead. Nice kick toward the finish here. And she'll win comfortably. Lily Monet will come in second. And now the race for third. That is Riley Stephanie from Manchester. There's Chloe Kroger from DePauw, who will finish fourth. Back end of the 3,000 steeplechase for women, still finishing up.
This is the second call for the men's and women's 1,500 meter run. Again, this is the second call for the men's and women's 1,500 meter run.
1,500 will be next. Kind of one of those in-between lengths. Not a sprint by any means, but not a 3,000 or a 5,000 either. And no steeplechases, no steeples in the way. Should be the women first. Just finished up the women's 300 meter steeplechase. DePauw takes 3 out of the first 4 spots with Kendall Mann, Lily Monet, and then Chloe Kruger in 4th. Justin is on the field with our winners. Let's hear from them. Thanks, Justin.
I'm here with Kendall Mann, the winner of the 3,000 women's steeple. What was your strategy going into this event?
I think our strategy was just we had 2 other DePaul girls running, so kind of run together, go out hard, and see what the first steeple of the season can look like.
With this being one of the first events of the outdoor season, what has been your biggest change from the indoor part of it to now the outdoor?
Definitely hurdling, jumping. Indoor I was running 5K and 3K primarily, so getting used to running a little bit of a shorter distance, just trying to get back into hurdling, and everything has been difficult, but I'm excited for the rest of the season.
And what are your expectations for the rest of the season going forward?
Definitely place well at conference. We have a lot of DePaul girls running steeple this season, so seeing how many we can get into scoring positions.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Back up to you, Chris.
Thanks, Justin. They get 3 out of the first 4, so it's going well so far for DePaul in the steeplechase. There's a look at some of the competitors in the women's 1500. Be Grace Flores and Morgan Tharp for DePaul. Melanie Arvis will be the 3rd seed.
DePaul student athlete Tucker Risley, please report inside for the men's high jump. Again, Tucker Risley from DePaul, please report inside for the
Before this next race, we are going to take a break. I'll be right back after these messages. Back at Cook Stadium for the Early Bird Invitational outdoor track at Rose-Hulman. The next event coming up is the 1,500 meter on the women's side, and we should have 2 heats in this one. While we wait for this one, let's check in on some field events. The javelin throw still going, it looks like. We don't have places, but nearing the finish there. We should have places soon. The field event started before the races, and we've got men's javelin throw, men high jump, women's high jump, women's shot put, men's shot put, men's long jump, and women's long jump, as well as men and women's pole vault. As we have some results there, I will try to provide the updates. Do have a little break in the action here. Weather is in the 40s. It's supposed to get a little bit warmer as we go today. Right now it's 44 degrees, nice brisk wind. We do have sunshine, but any of the athletes that are not competing likely to have multiple layers on out there as they warm up. Try to stay warm. The teams competing today: Rose-Hulman, Washington University, DePaul, Franklin, Manchester University, Earlham College, Concordia, Wisconsin, St. Mary of the Woods, Wabash College, Eureka College, and Indiana University, Columbus. We're going to be here for a while. Justin Griffiths, who's on the field today, tracking down winners as we go. So far, it's been a good dose of DePaul in some of the longer events. Few spectators make it out for today's event, and they're bundled up as well. Those spring sports are always like this in Indiana.
Our next event on the track is 1 of 2 of the women's 1,500-meter run.
The competitors in the women's 1500 in heat number 1, I believe, will be Grace Flores from DePaul, Morgan Tharp from DePaul, Melanie Arvis from Concordia, Emma Ahrens from Concordia, Jocelyn Onstadt from Rose-Hulman, Brianna Biddle from Rose-Hulman, Cleo Saltz from Earlham, Mary Cox from DePaul, Abigail Lange from Concordia, and Fiona Sodrell from Franklin. And then heat number 2 should be Abby Voss from IU Columbus, McKenna Bessler from Rose-Hulman, Katie Loretz from DePaul, Sydney. I'll finish up the heat 2 because we have started heat number 1. So we're off as everyone is together in the pack so far. And what do you know? It looks like DePaul's out front. This is Grace Flores. I do believe she was just passed by Melanie Arvis. Concordia now in 2 out of the first 3 spots. That's Jocelyn Onstadt, who's in 2nd from Rose at the moment. Though she's being pushed. Again, we've got Concordia in 2 of the first 3 spots, and then 4th and 5th from DePaul. That's Melanie Arvis leading the pack from Concordia. It's now Concordia in the first 2 spots. With Rose in 3rd.
Student athletes, just a reminder, do not take the hurdles stored along the home stretch to warm up. These These hurdles are for competition only. Again, athletes, do not take the hurdles stored along the home stretch to warm up. These are for competition only.
Finishing up lap 3 here. One more to go. Still Concordia in the first 2 spots. See DePaul making a little bit of a play on the outside, now in 3rd. See what she can do on her final lap. It's Grace Flores in 3rd for DePaul. Rose-Hulman right behind her. The race is going to be those first 4. And with the kick, we do have DePaul now out in front for the final 100. With the kick, it'll be DePaul, Rose-Hulman, Concordia for the first 4. And then DePaul in 5th as well. It'll be Morgan Tharp who will win it for DePaul. Did a great job of finishing that final lap. Really great. One of the fun things about watching even the Olympics in track is just seeing what the strategies are, and you could tell that the winner of that race was quite comfortable not being in front for those first couple laps. She knew exactly what she was doing. It's Megan Tharp in 1st. And again, that's just the first heat. We do have another heat coming. Sorry to give it to you before, but the second heat should be Abby Voss from IU Columbus, McKenna Bessler from Rose-Hulman, Katie Loretz from DePaul, Sydney Letchin from Concordia, Sammy West from Earlham, Emma Lynch from St. Mary of the Woods, Caitlin Trotto from Earlham, Gwen Garman from St. Mary of the Woods, Sophia Boner from Rose-Hulman, Anna McIntyre from Manchester, Odessa Grove from Eureka, and Anna Cecil from Franklin. They are off and packed up in the front. Couple runners fall behind to start. Abby Voss from IU Columbus up there near the front. Sydney Leschin from Concordia in the lead currently. Abby Voss from IU Columbus right behind the lead. That's McKenna Bessler from Rose-Hulman in third. First 7 all in striking distance at this point. But it's Sydney Leschison from Concordia who's out front. Leschison now stretching out that lead for Concordia. I believe that's St. Mary of the Woods in second at the moment. Gwen Garman. This is lap 3 of 4. Leschison comfortably in first. Gwen Garman in second. That's Katie Lorenz in third. Final lap. Again, we see some movement late. That second place slot gets overtaken. But Leschison still out in the front for Concordia. Concordia and DePauw have represented very well in this particular race. And a very impressive finish here from Katie Lorenz, who might very well does take first place. Great finish. Again, you see the strategy that's involved in a race like this of, do you get off to a good start? Do you finish well? How do you run those middle laps? When are you going to have your best? Katie Lorenz from DePauw finishes first. Sydney Leschison, who had the lead much of the way, finishes second for Concordia. Still runners on the track finishing up. But men's 1,500-meter run will be next. We'll have multiple heats for the men in this particular race as well. It's Katie Lorenz who takes the second heat for DePauw. Sydney Lesterson in second, Gwen Garman for St. Mary of the Woods in third. This first heat for the men's side, it'll be Gavin Byerly from Manchester, Connor Havens from Manchester, Carter Linfelt from Rose-Hulman, Will Bastian from Rose-Hulman, Brendan Oden from Manchester, Thomas Chapman from St. Mary of the Woods, Jonah Slavic from Concordia, Ian Porter for DePauw, Will Coggins from Manchester, Jaden Schultz from Concordia, Wyatt Starkey from Rose-Hulman, Drew Campbell from Rose-Hulman, and Isaiah Lubner from Concordia. We do still have field events going, but hopefully at some point we'll get some updates as to placing and points. But no scores yet. And the men are off. Tight pack to start, to be expected. Looks like maybe Manchester out front. That is Gavin Byerly out front for Manchester. His teammate not far behind him. And they've boxed in the third place runner. Now it's Connor Havens in front for Manchester. He's overtaken his teammate. It's Havens, Byerly, and Carter Linfelt from Rose-Hulman, and then it's everyone else. Though we've got a fourth place who seems to be at a steady pace at the moment as well. See if he can move up at all. Fourth place is Manchester's got three of the top four spots at the moment. With Rose in third.
I can leave you some food.
Oh, I thought you said you were about to feed it to me.
No.
No. I was like, no, thank you.
Spicy chicken, regular chicken, or Cool Ranch?
Manchester maintaining three of the four top spots.
Okay. Diet Coke, Cherry Coke, Fanta, Sprite. Gatorade. Diet Coke, Cherry Coke.
Excitement building for this final stretch. The 1,500 meter on the men's side, first heat. It's Connor Havens from Manchester University in first. He's now got two teammates behind him for first, second, and third, though there will be a race for third here. It looks like Manchester's going to be able to hold for the first three spots. Again, Manchester, that other co-champion in the HCAC for the indoor season, which finished up not too long ago.
Our next event on the track is Heat 2 of the men's 1,500 meter run.
We'll now get a second 1,500 meter heat for the men. We should see Matt Veneman for DePauw, Cole Brewer for Rose-Hulman, Ian Ross for DePauw, Austin Jewell for Wabash, Stuart Tournier for DePauw, Alejandro Clark for Rose-Hulman, Morgan Stratton for Rose-Hulman, Brady Socha for Rose-Hulman, Eduardo Del Rosso for Rose-Hulman, Spencer Hughes for DePauw, Logan Ferris, Manchester, Bailey Webster for Eureka, and Daniel Gall for Rose-Hulman. As you see the times for these, it does look like these heats are organized based on seed. So the strongest seeds just competed. This will be the Tier 2 group. They're all lined up and ready to go now. Got Justin Griffiths down on the track with winners from this last race. Justin.
All right, I'm here with no stranger from the indoor track and field event, Connor. Connor, what was your biggest adjustment from your indoor season to your outdoor season here?
Try to find some time to recover. Kept it a little bit light the past week, especially with another big outdoor meet coming up. But yeah, it was just about getting the recovery, and today was just about getting standard. That's why I kind of let up a little bit at the end. And I think everyone's happy because we were just looking to go for standard. and not going the well with this one for our first outdoor meet, as everyone else has like a big meet next week or the week after, like Wash U, to run some PRs or maybe get school records, like Gavin and Brendan in the 5K or Carter Linfeld in the steeple. So I think everyone was happy that I upped the tempo a little bit. And I knew everyone slowed up because the conditions were rough. So I just kept it up honest and helped my teammates get those standards. So.
And you guys finished 1, 2, 3, kind of like what you did in the indoor track. Was that kind of your MO going into this?
Yeah. Honestly, I didn't care if I got beat by like my teammate or something like that. It was just go out in 4 flat. Let's not try to PR here, as we got some bigger fish to fry next weekend. So.
All right, good luck, and we'll see you in the outdoor championships. Back up to you, Chris.
Thanks, Justin. And we got DePaul out to a good start here. Looks like some Rose runners behind in second, third, and fourth. It's Ian Ross for DePaul in first, Cole Brewer in second, Alejandro Clark in third. For Rose, interesting to hear a distance runner talk about the strategy behind a race. Obviously, you want to run in a way that's advantageous to your teammates as well, not just yourself, but also thinking about what do I have coming up, and I want to have something in the tank for those upcoming races. Finishing time for this heat are all right between 4:14 and 4:18, so I would expect a close race. But right now, it is all DePaul. It's not always about how you start, but it is Ian Ross from DePaul who's out to a comfortable lead in this one so far. And then it's Rose in second. Looks like Manchester's making a play for third. Got another DePaul runner in there, a couple more Rose runners. Men's 1,500 meter, heat 2. Some excitement building. We must be nearing the finish. And so far, it's all Ian Ross. Can he finish? If anyone's going to compete with Ross, it's going to be his own teammate. That's Spencer Hughes. It looks like the home team, Rose-Hulman in third, fourth, fifth, sixth. Lots of Rose runners in this one. But it'll be DePaul again that takes the second heat, with a third heat lined up over there for the 1,500 meter. We do have a third heat. We would expect to see Alex Aurelia from Wabash, Jonathan Loney from Wabash, Ty Schumann, DePaul, Michael Fox from Manchester, Ty Murphy from Wabash, Austin Johnson from Manchester, James Crocker for Rose-Hulman, Nathan Furnish from Franklin, Andrew Hepner from DePaul, Chase Collins from Rose-Hulman, Jonathan Hammond from Rose-Hulman, Zach Lyon from Rose-Hulman, McGrogan Welsh from Rose-Hulman, Caden Welsh from Rose-Hulman, Anthony Goff from Earlham, and Kai Shelley from Franklin. Scores here ranging from ranging from 4:18 to 4:34 for this next group. Some Wabash DePaul competing early, the two rivals, although it's Rose-Hulman, it looks like, that jumps out to the early lead. Rose-Hulman and then DePaul and Wabash right next to each other. Rose-Hulman in 4th and 5th as well.
We will set up the hurdles for the women's 100-meter hurdle race following the final heat.
It's Jonathan Hammond in front, though not by much for Rose-Hulman. Now actually he is getting passed. That's DePaul now out in front. Two Rose runners behind. Jonathan Hammond and Ty Schumann fighting for that first spot. Wabash in 3rd. My count, there's 6 there that are in that first group. And it is DePaul, Rose, Wabash, Rose, in the first 4. Now we have a pass on the inside. That's Wabash in the lead. He's stretching out.
Athletes, this is the first call for the men's and women's 100 and 110-meter hurdles. Again, this is the first call for the men's and women's
3rd
100 and
heat
110-meter
for the
hurdles.
1,500 meter. It's Alex Aurelia, who was in the lead, but he's getting passed now by one Rose runner, and it might be a second one shortly. It's now Rose, Wabash, Rose, and suddenly it's Aurelia that's getting back in front for Wabash. Right at about 4:14. It will be Wabash that takes this heat. Wabash.
Our next event on the track is the final heat of the men's 1,500-meter run.
It's Wabash, Rose-Hulman, Manchester, Rose-Hulman for the first 4 spots in the third heat. And we are ready for, yes, a fourth heat now from the men. It's Andre Davis from Franklin, Skylar Simon from DePaul, Will Gogajan from Rose-Hulman, Kevin Grady from Rose-Hulman, Evan Shoup from Wabash, Emiliano Rosales from IU Columbus, Elijah Van Warder for Franklin, Oliver Mosley for Rose-Hulman, Alar Rojas Hernandez from Earlham, Peyton Chanley from Earlham, Don Papa Fall from Earlham, Owen Trotto from Earlham, Michael Pacheco from Earlham, Jackson Roth from Earlham, Luke Grider from DePaul, and James Fry, St. Mary of the Woods. We got Franklin out front here, and they also claim the third spot. So that's Rose in second, but everyone together so far. Qualifying times going into this one range from about 4:34 to 5:23. Still Franklin in the first spot and then third spot. Andre Davis and Elijah Van Warder are the Franklin runners. Franklin now drops back to the fourth spot. Andre Davis out in front for Franklin. Peyton Chanley from Earlham is in third. Those Earlham jerseys look a lot like the Rose ones.
This is the second call for the men's and women's 100 and 110-meter hurdles. Again, this is the second call for the men's and women's 100 and 110-meter hurdles.
Finishing up that third lap. Andre Davis out in front for Franklin. See what kind of kick they've got in them. Andre Davis looking comfortable in the first spot. Skylar Simon from DePaul there in the second spot. Finishing up the fourth heat of the men's 1500 meter. It'll be Franklin that takes this one. We do have some scores at this time from the day so far. Wabash actually currently leads with 37 points. DePaul behind them with 30.5. This takes into consideration some of the field events that we have not broadcasted. It's Rose-Hulman that's in third with 30. Concordia in fourth with 23. Franklin fifth, 20. St. Mary of the Woods 18.5. Manchester is in seventh with 14. And then we got Eureka in eighth with 6, and IU Columbus also has 6. Some places from the high jump. That's Alexander Shavitz from Franklin wins the high jump. He's a freshman. Kenan Chase from Wabash gets second. Morgan Clark from Wabash gets third. Abbott Church from St. Mary of the Woods gets fourth. Concordia, Zach Winland gets fifth. Seth Trimble, sixth from IU Columbus. Joe Jansen, Rose-Hulman. And those are the point scorers from the men's high jump. We are going to take a quick break here. We've got lots more action to go right after these messages.
So my goal is to get involved in space industry and learn about what lies beyond the Earth's horizon. I came across Rose Rocketry. I saw, hey, they're doing some really cool stuff. They're building rockets. Being at Rose, I was able to hone my engineering skills to push myself to get involved in the field further and learn about all these different opportunities. And I don't think I would have really gotten that at a bigger university.
Calling officials cheaters or corrupt?
Insulting referees.
Threatening officials.
Berating young umpires, learning the ropes.
Violent language in the stands.
Screaming at a referee in the parking lot. It's not a game.
Anxious over algebra? Call Ask Rose, the free science and math homework helpline. It's free world-class tutoring. Just call, chat, email, or screen share. Learn more at askrose.org. Confused by chemistry? Call Ask Rose, the free science and math homework helpline. It's free world-class tutoring. Just call, chat, email, or screen share. Learn more at askrose.org.
A good engineer, a good mathematician, a good scientist can identify problems.
But in order to be a great scientist or engineer, you've got to have curiosity and you've got to have creativity, and that's what's going to set you apart.
You can't teach curiosity. You just need to encourage your student to be curious. Curious in anything that they do. Curious so that it brings out the innovations, the new ideas.
So I started working on Babcock Ranch 16 years ago. We designed a sustainable community that is also storm resilient, and also it has a ton of flood control associated with it. It has 75 megawatt solar facilities on site, which will cover the entire 18,000 acre community. In September of 2022, we had Hurricane Ian. We had 150 mile an hour sustained winds for about 10 hours and 21 inches of rain. Babcock really had little to no damage at all. We were the only place in a 2-county area that had any electric or any available drinking water that did not need to be boiled. And Rose really prepares you to go out, think outside the box, and problem solve. And I think for any major at Rose-Hulman, that's what you're getting. You have the ability to go out and create something new and innovate and change the way that we live as humans today.
Back at Cook Stadium, it's Rose-Hulman's Early Bird Invitational Track and Field. The outdoor season getting going here. A number of HCAC opponents are here today, as well as a few other schools from out of the state. And I just gave the men's scores. Want to offer the women's scores at this point before we get the 100 and 110 meter hurdle races going. It's DePauw on the women's side is out in front with 62 points. Concordia in second with 49. Rose-Hulman in third with 37. Manchester University with 31. St. Mary of the Woods in fifth with 23. Earlham in sixth with 18. And it's Franklin is in seventh with 5. Again, we're about to see the 100 meter hurdles for the women. While we wait the high jump results for the women's side, Audrey Edwards in first for Rose-Hulman. Emma Ellertson from Concordia takes second. Amaya Jackson from Concordia takes third. Addison Piotrowski from Franklin takes fourth. Ashley Burke from Concordia in fifth. Alex Ball from Earlham in sixth. And those are the scorers for the women's high jump. The long jump, it's going to be Jackie Stone from St. Mary of the Woods in first place. Isa Sloan for Earlham second. Maya Heischler from Concordia in third. Tessa Kochert from DePauw in fourth. Emma Gray from DePauw in fifth. Juliana Russell from Earlham in sixth. Peyton Smith from St. Mary of the Woods in seventh. Jayana Blakely in eighth from Manchester University. Princess Robinson in ninth for Earlham. Sabrina Moore in 10th for Concordia. Phoebe Brothers from DePauw in 11th. Lauren Majors, St. Mary of the Woods in 12th. Dana Bullock from IU Columbus in 13th. Allie Smith from Rose-Hulman in 14th. And Genesis Boyd from St. Mary of the Woods in 15th. And let's keep going. How about the shot put? It's going to be Carly Camp in first from Manchester. I will come back to this. It's like DePauw out to a comfortable lead in this one. It will be Liberty Scott from DePauw in first. Maya Heischler from Concordia in second, and Emma Ellertson from Concordia in third.
Hurdle crew, please move the hurdles to the black line and adjust them to the highest setting.
They're adjusting the hurdles now. I'm told that Justin has a competitor down on the track. Justin, what do you got for us?
I'm here with Liberty Sky. As we learned just some moments ago, that's a stadium record for the hurdles. What was your game plan going into this first meet of the outdoor season?
I think my coach just told me to just stay confident and rip through it. It looked like a lot of hurdles right before I started. I'm used to the 60, but yeah, I was just really excited to come back out here and do the 100s again.
And I mean, the weather's starting to get a little bit nicer now. The wind's kind of kicked down a little bit. What has that changed from when you guys got here this morning?
I think the weather's been pretty great all day. I feel like a rare occurrence so early, but yeah, it's a great day to run.
Thank you so much, Liberty. Back up to you, Chris.
From the 60 to the 100, no big deal. And also this weather is great from that perspective, she says. It's only in the 40s, and we got a little bit of wind. But we do have sunshine, and it is March in Indiana, so we got a meet in. And, again, can appreciate that perspective that, hey, we can't complain too much. We're competing today. We're running. We're hurdling, in her case. Stadium record for the women in the 100-meter hurdles. Getting ready for the men. (110-meter hurdles on the men's side. First group, we should see Brandon Donahue from Concordia, Logan Phillips from Rose-Hulman, Casey Rustman from DePaul, Trevor Waller from DePaul, Chris Renee from Manchester, and William Fleck from Rose-Hulman.
This is the first call for the men's and women's 400-meter dash. Again, this is the first call for the men's and women's 400-meter dash.
400-meter dash coming next. Manchester now out in front on the men's side with the scoring that is available at this time. The rest of those scores. So it's Manchester with 38, Wabash with 37, Rose-Hulman with 36, DePaul with 35.5. So those first four spots very close to each other. Then it's Concordia with 27, Franklin with 20, St. Mary of the Woods 18.5, Eureka and IU Columbus still with 6. We do have scores from the men's javelin throw. It's Logan McIntosh in first, Holter Getty in second from Concordia, Ryan Papandrea from Wabash in third, Justin Clark in fourth from Concordia, Shane Hagan from Manchester in fifth, Zach Wendland from Concordia in sixth, Cole McCarver from Manchester in seventh, Eli Cox eighth, Jared Gardner ninth, and Andrew Cowland 10th. Looks like DePaul out in front here, Rose-Hulman in second. It's Casey Russman in first and William Fleck in second. And Brandon Donahue in third for Concordia.
Heat 2 of the men's 110-meter hurdles.
Got another heat here for the men. This is going to be Darius Megnan from St. Mary of the Woods, Caden Swanner from Rose-Hulman, Jack Wieston from Wabash, James DeMarco from Rose-Hulman, Mason Nicholson from DePaul, and Renner Barnes from Rose-Hulman. And Justin has another winner for us.
All right, we're here with Casey, the winner of the first heat of the hurdles for the men. What was your MO going into this event?
I just kind of want to set a time and move on and see if I can beat it later on in the year. I don't know.
For this one being one of the first ones in the outdoor season, what is the biggest thing that you've had to adjust to from the indoor part of the season?
The length of the race. It's so much longer. So being able to turn up throughout the race past hurdle 5 is key.
And then finally, this weather, it's kind of been nice but windy all day long. What has been your experience with all this, especially now that the field temperature is starting to increase a little bit for us?
I think the wind helped me in this race. It was definitely a tailwind, so. But yeah, the temperature feels good. I think it feels good outside.
All right, thank you so much, Chris. Back up to you.
Thanks, Justin. These competitors are bothered by the weather a lot less than most of us, which isn't that surprising. Again, I remember thinking back to when I played sports outside. You don't, a lot of times you don't even feel it because the adrenaline's kicking in.
For the men's and women's 400-meter dash.
There's a few exceptions to that probably, but I think in this instance too, they can really layer up in between. So it's really just a matter of when you're doing your race or your event. Getting ready for the second heat, the 110-meter hurdles on the guys' side. The gun. St. Mary of the Woods on the inside, DePaul on the outside. Wabash in third. That's Darius Megnan from St. Mary of the Woods will come in first with Mason Nicholson from DePaul in second. Jack Wieston from Wabash in third. All freshmen.
Hurdle crews can now lower the hurdles to the lowest setting and remove them from the track. Thank you.
400-meter dash will be next. Start with the women. posted schedule is pretty right on so far. This race is listed to be 2 o'clock. It's a little bit before then. We will take a break and we'll come back with the 400.
We're doing things so quickly. A lot of times we know that we need help. So our professors all know us by name.
Basically, everybody knows everybody here.
That one-on-one personal connection you're getting with the faculty, you don't get that a lot of places.
We are not just saying, here, go do this hard project. We are right there with them. We work with them.
The faculty are there for you.
When I catch myself becoming curious, I notice my peripheral vision attenuating.
There's definitely a thrill.
Definitely keeps me up at night.
I think I'm somebody who, when I'm curious about something, I take immediate action. I'm immediately like running.
Curiosity for me, if I had to describe it in terms of a physical sensation, it would definitely be an itch. I have to scratch that until that sensation is gone.
It is definitely just an itch I can't scratch until I figure out what's going on, figure out what is at the bottom of everything.
So I think that was really appealing to me, knowing that there was some hidden magic behind this veil of darkness. I do really like space. Space is one of my favorite things, just in general, all of space. 10 out of 10.
The kind of brain that thrives is a curious mind.
Curiosity is such an important part of the academic endeavor.
And without curiosity, we wouldn't have the society we have today.
You don't explore the unknown if you're not curious.
Rewarding things as an instructor is seeing that aha moment in your students' eyes. I live for that. I teach for that.
I mean, you can't teach curiosity. You just need to encourage your student to be curious. Curious in anything that they do. Curious so that it brings out the innovations, the new ideas.
Getting ready for the 400-meter dash on the women's side here at Cook Stadium. Rose-Hulman for the Early Bird Invitational. We do have scores on both sides at this point as we wait for the race. For the men, it's DePauw in first with 50.5 points. Rose-Hulman in second with 43, and Manchester in third with 41. And on the women, it's DePauw out front with 72 points. Concordia behind DePauw with 63, and then Rose-Hulman with 40. This 400 race was, in my brief foray into track, my least favorite, which is just an indication of how difficult it is. One of those races that is a sprint, but not a short sprint. expect the following competitors here from the women in the 400. If I can find it. It'll be Evelyn Croy from DePaul, Allie Smith from Rose-Hulman, J.C. Reed from Concordia, and Isa Sloan from Earlham, and Megan Weber from Rose-Hulman in this first heat.
Results from the women's high jump competition. And third place from Concordia, Wisconsin, Amaya Jackson. And second place from Concordia, Wisconsin, Emma Olofsson. And your winner, clearing a height of 5 feet and 3 inches, Audrey Edwards from Rose-Hulman. Some results from the women's shot put. We do have scores. Scarlett Camp in first, Bree Mahoney Sutherland in second, Abby Kohler in third, Carolina Snyder Perez for Rose-Hulman in fourth, Katrina Sejour for Manchester in fifth, Morgan Fuker from Concordia in sixth, Indiana Nichols from St. Mary of the Woods in seventh, Makina Herbrand from Concordia in 8th, Paige Schreiber from Concordia in 9th, and Kaylee Ramaker from Concordia in 10th. That's the women's shot put. Women's javelin throw still in progress. Women's pole vault is still going. It's the women's 400 meter that we're waiting for. Will be followed by the men's 400 meter. Competitors are getting ready to get on their blocks. Concordia with what appears to be a lead. Always difficult to tell before the turns. J.C. Reed from Concordia.
by Allie Smith from Rose-Hulman. And Evelyn Croy from DePaul, and Megan Weber from Rose-Hulman.
Next on the track is Heat 2 of the women.
Concordia, Rose-Hulman, DePaul, Rose-Hulman. The second heat for the 400-meter dash will be Isabel Carbajal from Eureka, Olivia Embry from IU Columbus, Sabrina Moore from Concordia, and Vicky Arney from Franklin. Scores here ranging from about 108 to 111. And Justin Griffiths, our sideline reporter for today, is with another winner. Justin, what do you got for us?
All right, we're here with JC from the first heat winner of the sprints. What was your game plan going into this first event for you?
Just focus on form. This isn't my main event, so I was trying to focus on form and stay strong throughout the whole race.
And what's your biggest adjustment from the indoor part of the track to the outdoor part of the track season?
Just staying strong through that straight, because that straight's a lot longer than it is on the indoor.
All right, thank you so much. And Chris, back up to you.
Not even her main event, and she wins it. Good for her. Second heat is underway here.
Results from the men's high jump.
Looks like we do only have 3 competitors here.
In second place, Camden Chase from Wabash. And your winner, bearing a height of 6 feet 0.75 inches, is Alexander Chavez from Franklin.
Fighting for that first and second spot is Concordia and Olivia Embry from IU Columbus in first there, with Sabrina Moore from Concordia in second, and Isabel Carbajal from Eureka in third. We will quickly turn to the guys.
Our next event on the track is heat 1 of 3 of the men's 400-meter dash.
Looks like we've got a few heats here. The first one should be Luke Paddock from Franklin, Sam Ortner from DePaul, Andrew Shields from Rose-Hulman, Stephen Scott from Franklin, Logan McIntosh from Franklin, Christopher Royal from Wabash, and Nasser Samuel from St. Mary of the Woods. Setting up the blocks. Down there are the guys. And they're off.
Fans, your results from the women's 100-meter hurdles. In third,
Sayer Samuel is flying. Can he keep up the pace? He is on the outside.
time of 14.38 seconds from DePaul, Liberty Scott.
He does keep it up. So it'll be Samuel in first. Andrew Shields from Rose-Hulman in second. Stephen Scott from Franklin in third. And Luke Paddock from Franklin in fourth. In the first heat of the 400-meter dash for the men's. Pretty quickly set up here for the second heat, which should be David Sieg from Franklin, Ian Lemons from Rose-Hulman, Nathan Vujalaksha from Franklin, Connor Gaser from DePaul, Morgan Clark from Wabash, Evan Polly from St. Mary of the Woods, and Luke Robertson from Rose-Hulman. Justin is down on the field with another winner.
I'm here with Nasir for the winner of this sprint. Nasir, what was your game plan going in for this first outdoor tracks meet?
Well, my dad back home, he coached me on this. He said, get out hard for the first 7 seconds, then just hold that speed all the way to the 200. Then I just maintained when I backstretched. When I got to the 200 in lane 8, I just turned on another gear. Then when I got to the last 100, just finished hard.
Yeah, we were looking. You were flying for most of that race. Then Rose came up there behind you. Were you ever checking, kind of peeking behind you towards the last 50 meters or so?
Oh, nah. I was expecting them to catch me early. I thought it was pretty fast, but I guess not.
All right, thank you, Nasir. Chris, back up to you.
Gotta love doing interviews when you're still panting from the actual race, but yeah, he gave us some good information. Some advice from the father for the race. This is heat number 2, the men's 400 meter. And round 2 here. Long strides from Wabash.
Fans, results from the men's 110-meter hurdles. In third place, William Fleck from Rose-Hulman. In second place, Darius Megman from St. Mary of the Woods. And your winner with a time of 15.19 seconds, Casey Russman from DePaul.
Franklin and Rose-Hulman competing for first and second. It's going to be Franklin's going to take first. Wabash now in third. Top finishers, it'll be Nathan Vajaklaja from Franklin, 51 seconds in first.
Our next event on the track is the final heat of the men's 400-meter dash.
Be Ian Lemons from Rose-Hulman in second, and Morgan Clark from Wabash in third at 52.12. And fourth place will be Connor Gaser from DePaul. And guess what? We get a third heat for the 400-meter dash on the men's side. We would expect to see Emmer Gunny from Rose-Hulman, Myron Starks from St. Mary of the Woods, Hayden Skaggs from Eureka, Victor Watson from Concordia, Fabijan Bagaric from Earlham, and Silas Bernardino from Concordia, and Tristan Steffens from Rose-Hulman. A number of these don't have previous times on record, so that could mean any number of things. Doesn't mean you don't belong time-wise in the top heat necessarily. Maybe it means you were hurt or haven't had the chance to compete yet this outdoor season. So it'll be interesting to see what we get from the third heat. Just getting their initial times for the season. Looks like Rose-Hulman on the outside.
Fans, your results from
Concordia
the 400-meter dash.
in second.
Evelyn Corey from DePaul. In second place, Allie Smith from Rose-Hulman.
Concordia appears to be losing some steam.
Of 1 minute and 2.75 seconds, JC Reed from Concordia, Wisconsin.
Down the home stretch. There's 3 of them. Rose-Hulman making a push. Gonna pass for first. Hard to say who got. I believe Rose got first and second. If my angle was good. Let's see what the official. Yes, I was correct about that. So it's Emery Gunny from Rose-Hulman with 54.41. Tristan Steffens from Rose-Hulman, 55.77. And
athletes, this is the third and final call for the men's and women's.
Concordia in third.
Again, this is the third.
Sorry,
and
check
final
that.
call
St. Mary of
for
the
men's
Woods
and
in
women's
third.
100-meter dash.
That's Jackie Stone. Justin's got another winner on the field, so let's go down to him.
I'm here with Emery. What was your kind of mindset going into this event?
Just get out like decently hard and fight for it, basically, because it's been a long time. So,
yeah, I mean, you do pretty well in the indoor season. What's the biggest transition for you for this outdoor season, especially with this being the first one for you guys?
Just kind of get out here with the mentality that like anything can happen. Just race the people you're next to.
And one last thing, and I'll let you go. What do you expect for yourself going forward in this season as you guys kind of start the outdoor portion, but you're also looking forward to the HCAC tournament at the end of the year?
Just kind of get around down to like that qualifying time. That was a good time. Just see if I can drop 3 seconds off somewhere.
All right, thank you so much. Back up to you guys.
Race the person next to you. Good advice for life. Don't get too distracted by too many other things, factors. But yeah, just see what's around you. So we got the 100-meter dash coming up here. Be the women's first. Give you an update on the scores for the day. Looks like on the men's side, St. Mary of the Woods is in front with 58.5 points. Rose-Hulman is in second with 57. DePaul in third with 53.5. Manchester in fourth with 46. And Wabash in fifth with 43. On the women's side, looks like DePaul is out front, but not by much. They have 90 points. Concordia right behind them with 89. Rose-Hulman has 54. St. Mary of the Woods in fourth place with 40, and Manchester in fifth with 31.
Fans, official results from the men's shot put. In third place, Antoine Cooper from Rose-Hulman. In second place, Jeremiah Smith from St. Mary of the Woods. And your winner, with a mark of 15.28 meters, Truson Benskin from St. Mary of the Woods.
Some more scores from the day. The javelin throw on the men's side. Logan McIntosh who takes it from Franklin. It's Holter Getty from Concordia in second. Ryan Papandrea from Wabash in third. Justin Clark from Concordia in fourth. Shane Hagan, Manchester in fifth. Zach Wendland from Concordia in sixth. Cole McCarver, Manchester University in seventh. Eli Cox, St. Mary of the Woods in eighth. Jared Gardner from DePauw in ninth. And Andrew Cowlin from Rose-Hulman in 10th.
Fans, our next event on the track is heat 1 of 2 of the women's 100-meter dash.
We'll have two heats here in the 100 on the women's side. The first one we expect Jayana Blakely from Manchester, Ileana Hernandez from Rose-Hulman, JC Stone from St. Mary of the Woods, Alex Adams from Rose-Hulman, Shelby Stahl from DePauw, Hope McGuire from St. Mary of the Woods, Emma Gray from DePauw, and Madison Merritt from IU Columbus. Still a ways to go in this one after the 100-meter dash. We've got the 800-meter run on both the men and women's side. We're off in the 100. Looks like St. Mary of the Woods. DePauw competing well at the end. Have to see the scores. Does look like it'll be Shelby Stahl from DePauw. And then Alex Adams from Rose-Hulman, and then Jackie Stone from St. Mary of the Woods. And Gianna Blakely from Manchester in fourth. Pretty quickly we'll get a second heat in the 100-meter from the women. It'll be Kelly Thompson from DePauw, Anna Jaza from Manchester, Kyla Bradbury from St. Mary of the Woods, Alex Ball from Earlham, Danny Balach from IU Columbus, Giuliani Russell from Earlham, Irma Robles from Manchester, and Isa Sloan from Earlham. A 100-meter run will be next. Then we have 400-meter hurdles, 200-meter dash, 5,000-meter run, 4x400 relay. Of course, we're finishing up field events as we go as well. It's the second heat of the 100-meter run dash for the women, followed by the same event for the men. Ladies for this one, gathering their instructions. Blocks are down, ready to go. St. Mary of the Woods again. Those long strides, no one's catching her. It's Kyla Bradbury from St. Mary of the Woods. Freshman stretches out into the win. That was impressive. 12.19 the official time. Looks like Kaylee Thompson from DePaul in second. Anna Joseph from Manchester in third. And
Our next event on the track is heat 105 of the men's 100-meter dash.
the men are already lining up for the 100-meter as well. And our sideline reporter, Justin, is down on the track with another winner. Let's hear it, Justin.
I'm here with Kayla. What, man, 12 seconds on that 100. What's your biggest mindset in this race?
Beat everybody. Don't worry about none of them. Beat them. Don't talk to them during the race, and you'll beat them. And I could be faster. And this is season opener. I'm going to be back. And I'm going to be better than all y'all.
And, I mean, just as a freshman, big mindset here in your first collegiate outdoor event. What do you expect going forward for your in-season series?
I'm not sure yet, but I'll be better, y'all.
Thank you, and back up to you, Chris.
I'm not sure how to follow that up. That was something. Lots of personality there, and you know she earned it in the race. Men are getting ready for the 100-meter dash as the women just went through their heats. We will have a couple heats on the men's side as well, and by a couple I mean several. The first one, we should see Jalen Presley from Concordia, Braden Wilkins from Franklin, Colin O'Malley from DePaul, Kenneth Redd from Manchester, Gentry Oliver from Manchester, Caleb Heldman from Rose-Hulman, Jack Cox from Rose-Hulman, and Sakori Thomas from Concordia. St. Mary of the Woods still leading on the men's side, followed by Rose-Hulman and DePaul. That's in the meet as a whole. First heat for the men. Looks like DePaul maybe out in front there. Indeed, with it's Colin O'Malley from DePaul who takes it with a 10.73. Gentry Oliver from Manchester, 10.86. Braden Wilkins from Franklin, 10.94. And Kenneth Red from Manchester, 11.02. One freshman, one sophomore, one junior, and one senior in the top 4. How about that? As I said before, we do have a second heat pretty quickly coming up here. And this next group should be Jose Martinez from IU Columbus. I will get back to this in a moment because we got Justin on the field with our winner.
All right, I'm here with Colin. Almost a sub-10 race here. What was your biggest adjustment from the indoor season?
You know, I just like the 100 better than the 60. My top speed is a lot better than my start, so I could just do a better 100 than 60, I guess. But nothing really changed, so.
And since this is one of your first events in the outdoor season, what can fans expect from you going forward, and especially towards your guys' conference at the end of the year?
I'll be running 10.5 end of the season.
Thank you so much, and going back up to you, Chris.
Declares what he'll be running by the end of the season. Lots of bold statements down there. Justin's getting all the good stuff from these competitors. Lots of confidence as we get ready for the second heat of the 100-meter dash on the men's side. This will be Jose Martinez from IU Columbus, Liam Milne from IU Columbus, Nick Bowman from DePauw, Ian Lemons from Rose-Hulman, Dylan Connor from DePauw, Wesley Nordstrom from DePauw, Josh Schrock from Rose-Hulman, and DJ Green from Franklin as they get their blocks ready. If the material that I've got in front of me is accurate, I believe we're going to have 5 heats on the men's side for this 100-meter. Very close. I think I've got DePauw in first and Rose in second, although that could have changed at the end. Let's see. Looks like it did. Ian Lemons, Rose-Hulman will take it with an 11.23. Nick Bowman from DePauw with an 11.27, very close. Dylan Connor from DePauw, 11.43 in third. And Liam Milne from IU Columbus in fourth. And yes, as I said, we're going to keep going here. This third group will be Noah Wagner from DePauw, Renner Barnes from Rose-Hulman, Saulo Luna from IU Columbus, Brandon Donahue from Concordia, Jacob Kundert from Concordia, Aiden Jeffrey from Franklin, Andrew Cowlin, Rose-Hulman, Cameron Wilson from DePauw. And Justin is with our winner on the field, so we'll go to him now.
All right, I'm here with Ian from Rose-Hulman on your second heat, winning this one. What was your biggest thing going into today?
Just run, I guess, all the events. Ran the 400 right before, so just keep it going, I guess.
And you guys are always at the top of the HCAC when it comes to the indoor track and field co-champions for that. What's your expectations going into this outdoor season and into the outdoor championships at the end of the year?
Win it all this time. Don't want to share victory.
Yeah, especially with Manchester, since you guys have been going kind of back and forth with them the last couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, Manchester, they've been pretty good the last couple of years, but I mean, I think we showed at the indoor conference that we have a chance to win it, especially tying it. It's just one or two individual performances that really change everything. So.
All right, thank you, Ian and Chris. Back up to you guys.
Thanks, Justin. Again, a trend of these interviewees, lots of confidence. They haven't been dulled down by the regularity of press attention They haven't been coached as much as some of the press conferences we watched on TV. Getting ready for heat number 3. 100-meter dash on the men's side. Noah Wagner, DePaul, Renner Barnes, Rose-Hulman, Saulo Luna from IU Columbus, Brendan Donahue, Concordia, Jacob Kundert from Concordia, Aiden Jeffrey from Franklin, Andrew Collin, Rose-Hulman, and Cameron Wilson from DePaul. And there's the gun. Got DePaul competing with DePaul, and then something happens on the outside. I'm not sure if it was an injury or what. Had some collisions there on the outside. Looks like Noah Wagner from DePaul in first. Renner Barnes from Rose-Hulman in second. Saulo Luna from IU Columbus in third. Hope everyone's okay there with the collision. And we do have heat number 4 coming up. This will be Jackson Gent from Franklin, Ethan Hurwitz from DePaul, Luke Witt from Concordia, Lane Zander from DePaul, Aaron Klug from Concordia, Kwan Russell from St. Mary of the Woods, and Alejandro Saldivar from IU Columbus. Men's triple jump underway now. Women's pole vault still going. Another heat here of the 100-meter. DePaul in the first and second slot. Looks like Franklin there in the third. It's going to be Lane Zander from DePaul, followed by Ethan Hurwitz from DePaul, and then Jackson Gent from Franklin and Kwan Russell from St. Mary of the Woods in that fourth heat. By my count, this should be the last one, the one in front of us for the 100-meter dash on the men's side. Competitors that I expect are Devin Bowie, Ryan Fox, A.O. Lally, Triton Blevins, Parker Roush, Lavarian Campbell, and Christopher Renda. As has been pointed out several times today, this is the beginning of the outdoor season, so a lot of athletes certainly finding their footing and testing out their limits, their conditioning early on. Some of them getting times for the first time this season. See some sportsmanship down there on the track. These guys wish each other well in the race. "44 degrees today in Terre Haute, Indiana, on the campus of Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology, Cook Stadium, for the Early Bird Invitational. It's the last heat on the 100 meter. Manchester on the outside there. DePaul closely behind. I have Manchester with 1 and DePaul 2 and 3, but let's see if the people who have better angle agree with me. It's Lavarian Campbell from Manchester in first. Io Lally from DePaul in second, and Parker Roche from DePaul in third, with Christopher Renda in fourth.
Athletes, this is the third and final call for the men's and women's 800-meter run. Again,
We do have the 800-meter run coming up, but we are going to take a break. We'll be back in a few.
My spec for going to college was quite simple. I narrowed the field down to 2 choices. Rose-Hulman obviously is the one I eventually chose, but the other choice that I had was Harvard. But when I got there, the staff spent a lot of time emphasizing that I'm going to be studying with sons of senators and congressmen and presidents and CEOs and all of these big shots. And the whole time I was thinking, I'm way not going to fit in here. And when I went to Rose-Hulman, I met a lot of really smart, really talented people that were much more like me. It's obviously a smaller community, but it's a smaller community with a capital C. I really felt more at home at Rose-Hulman. My name is Greg Lowe, and I'm the CEO of Wolfspeed in Durham, North Carolina. I'm a 1984 graduate of Rose-Hulman with a BS.EE degree. When I graduated from Rose-Hulman, I joined Texas Instruments as a field sales engineer and eventually ended up running the analog business at TI, and then eventually became the CEO of Freescale Semiconductor and now Wolfspeed Semiconductor. Wolfspeed is a semiconductor company. We make power semiconductors, but we do it on a different technology called silicon carbide. When you produce a chip using silicon carbide and you compare that with a chip on silicon, it's substantially more efficient. Basically, that means it wastes less energy. What I could see happening is the world moving from the internal combustion engine to the electric car. And what were going to be the key drivers of that? Well, it was going to be getting a long range and being able to refuel or recharge your car quickly. And silicon carbide does exactly that. I think silicon carbide is probably the prime catalyst to move us off of fossil fuels. We're developing a technology that's actually going to enable bluer skies and cleaner air and less carbon emissions and less warming and so forth. And I think that's something that's very motivating to the organization. My office is just a couple of floors up in this building, and I sport a Ski Terre Haute poster right on my wall. And it just reminds me of a great time in my life. Rose-Hulman is a very rigorous school. You know, it's a very tough school, and it's a very good school. But it's also one where the professors really care about you, and it's not one of these sink or swim type scenarios. It's because of the quality of the professors, because of the quality of administration, as well to the quality of student that they bring. And all that kind of comes together and brings this enormously creative group of individuals that are driven to accomplish something, that have incredible amounts of intelligence, but they do it together. It's really just fond memories, and I think Rose-Hulman is very special that way. Together, we are Rose-Hulman.
We are back on the campus of Rose-Hulman in Terre Haute, Indiana for the Early Bird Invitational. The beginning of the outdoor track season. Some updated scores for both the men and the women. On the women's side, it's DePauw out front as of right now with 102 points. Concordia in second with 89. Rose-Hulman in third with 61. St. Mary of the Woods in fourth with 55. Manchester with 34. It's Earlham in sixth with 26. IU Columbus in seventh with 6. Franklin in eighth with 5. And Eureka in ninth with 2. On the men's side, it's DePauw out front as well with 67.5. Manchester University with 61 in second. Rose-Hulman in third with 60. St. Mary of the Woods in fourth with 58.5. Franklin in fifth with 46. Wabash in sixth with 43. Concordia in seventh with 32. Eureka in eighth with 6. And IU Columbus in tied for eighth with 6 as well. And that gun should signify the start of the 800-meter dash for the women. This is 2 laps. That's McKenna Bessler from Rose-Hulman in the early lead. And racial. It's Brinley McLeod from St. Mary of the Woods in first. For the moment, Rose-Hulman occupies the second and third spot. St. Mary of the Woods also in fourth. This will be St. Mary of the Woods, and then Rose, St. Mary of the Woods, and then Rose, if I have my order there. But actually I did miss, there was an Earlham runner in there. Again, Earlham and Rose-Hulman both wearing maroon.
800-meter run.
Do have another heat of the women in the 800-meter dash. Second group starts. And the runners have to stay in their lanes for the first 100 meters. They all move over to that inside spot. Rose-Hulman barely in front.
Fans, your results from the men's 100-meter dash. In third place, Braden Wilkins from Franklin. In second place, Gentry Oliver from Manchester. And your winner with a time of 10.73 seconds, Colin O'Malley from DePaul.
That's Rose-Hulman in the first and third spot at the moment. Rose. And then St. Mary of the Woods, and then Rose again. Maryland College in fourth. And we got some fight on the backside of the race as well.
Are you getting nothing but feedback too? I can't even hear anybody talking anymore.
Next on the track is the final heat of the women's 800-meter run.
One more heat for the women in the 800. This will be Kaylin Batchel from Franklin, Clara Westcott from St. Mary of the Woods, Sammy West from Earlham, Annabelle Gonering from Concordia, and Abby Voss from IU Columbus. This is heat number 3, the 800-meter dash for the women. St. Mary of the Woods extends the lead for that stretch of the race where they all move over to the left. It's Clara Westcott out in front comfortably in this one to start. Kayla Batchel starting to make her move in that second spot for Franklin. Sammy West in third for Earlham. One more lap to go. It's still Westcott, well out in front of the pack. He's got a kick in them for this final 3/4 of a lap. It's Westcott, Batchel, West, Voss, and Gonering are the 5 competitors. This one has been Westcott from the start, and she's gonna run in comfortably in first. Batchel is making a valiant kick down the end. It's not going to be enough to overtake first, but she will finish in second. And Sammy West in third for Earlham.
Our next event on the track is heat 1 of 4 of the men's 800-meter run.
We'll move on now to the men's side, the 800-meter run. Should have four heats here on the men's side. The first one will be Ian Ross from DePauw, Elliot Goff from Franklin, Sawyer Lewis from Wabash, Andrew Hepner from DePauw, Morgan Stratton from Rose-Hulman, Spencer Hughes from DePauw, Ian Porter from DePauw, and Ethan Fleschhauer from Wabash. Sawyer Lewis from Wabash those long strides out in first to start. He's got several guys behind him fighting. It's going to be, got his work cut out for him to keep that first slot. Looks like it's in DePaul in second, Franklin in third, and then several more DePaul runners. We've got 6 of them together going into lap number 2. This will be a fun one. Any of them could win it, really. Wabash has fallen back into second. DePaul in first for the moment. Franklin trying to make a move on the outside. We got some kicks from the back as well. It's Ian Ross out in front for DePaul. And he looks like he's got more left in the tank as he comes around the final bend for the home stretch. Lewis still in second for Wabash, but can he keep it? Looks like the final fight was for second. It's going to be Ian Ross in first for DePaul. And it does look like Ian Porter for DePaul snuck into the second spot. It'll be Wabash in third.
Our next event on the track is the second heat of 4 of the men's 800-meter.
We do have 3 more heats in this particular race. And the next one will be Drew Campbell for Rose-Hulman, Will Boshin for Rose-Hulman, Jonah Richards for Manchester, Ty Schumann for DePaul, Sawyer Richter for Rose-Hulman, Wyatt Starkey for Rose-Hulman, Anthony Goff for Earlham, and Cole Brewer for Rose-Hulman. Lots of Rose-Hulman in this heat. The home team representing the second heat well. Does look like actually they've given Sawyer Lewis for Wabash second there. So there was a slight adjustment. Ian Porter for DePaul finishes in third. Second heat has begun. As we get going with this second one, Justin Griffiths down on the field with our winner from the first one.
Thanks, Chris. I have Ian Ross here from DePaul, winner of the first 800-meter. What was your biggest strategy going into today's race?
I'd say my biggest strategy was kind of just to stay smooth the first 400. Let the Wabash guy, I don't know his name, take it a little bit, take the wind for me, and the wind. And then after that, second 400, just to kind of get by him and stay strong until the finish.
And, I mean, you know, kind of rivalry between you guys and Wabash. It's one of those things where you don't want to have the other one win. What is going into conference play for both of you guys going to be the biggest thing to make sure that either one of you keeps that advantage going forward?
I'd say just a good mindset, staying positive. I think if you let, like, the other team get in your head a little bit, if you get in your own head, then you're not going to be running good. So that's all I have to say.
And one last thing, what's the biggest adjustment for you between the indoor season and the outdoor season?
I'd say the biggest adjustment is the weather, definitely. I mean, you're not going to be having backwinds and wind while you're running, but I'd say I like outdoor better. So,
Thank you so much, Ian. Back up to you, Chris.
We're about ready to get to the home stretch here of the second lap for the second heat of the 800-meter run. And there are 3 up there together. Looks like we've got Rose-Hulman, then Manchester, and then a couple more Rose-Hulman. Lots of Rose-Hulman representing in this one. It's going to be Drew Campbell in first. It's going to be Will Boshin in second. Jonah Richards from Manchester in third, and Wyatt Starkey for Rose-Hulman in fourth. Don't worry, we're just getting started. We got 2 more heats for the 800-meter on the men's side. This next one we'll expect to see Jackson Niebert from IU Columbus, James Crocker from Rose-Hulman, Nathan Holcraft from Wabash, Jonathan Hammond from Rose-Hulman, Zach Lyon from Rose-Hulman, Don Fall from Earlham, McGrogan Welsh for Rose-Hulman, Jack Furman for Rose-Hulman, and Chase Collins for Rose-Hulman. Rose-Hulman is well stocked in this 800-meter category. We'll get down to the winner of the second heat momentarily after we get this third heat started. The runners are all lined up and ready to go. Lots of maroon. And here we go. Okay, we're going right back down to Justin with another winner.
All right, I'm here with Drew. Drew, we were talking off air. This is your first time run this type of an event. What was your mindset going into today?
Going into today, it was to have fun and try my best to compete against all these great runners out here.
And what about for this event specifically? I mean, you said you never ran this before. What was your biggest thing for this event specifically?
For this event specifically, I think I was definitely focused on staying with the top guys and keeping a little bit left in the tank for me to really kick it in at the end there.
And going forward, when you guys talk about your in-season and the HCAC at the end of the year, what's your biggest goal for yourself personally?
Definitely to show improvement. My favorite thing about running is definitely how you can always compete against yourself, even if you can't compete against anyone else.
Very well said. Thank you so much. And Chris, back up to you guys.
It's a pretty good start for the first time competing in the 800. Learning all kind of tidbits from some of these competitors, and just something about running that's just inspirational, motivational. It is one of those sports that you're sort of perpetually competing against yourself. Here we are with heat number 3 of the men's 800-meter dash. Getting ready for the home stretch. Earlham College gonna take this one. Lots of Rose in there as well. Check that, IU Columbus with a first. Still fun to see. A school that isn't near the top of the scoreboard on the day win one of the events. That's going to be Jackson Niebert for IU Columbus, followed by Chase Collins for Rose-Hulman in the first 2 spots in this one. And Third and fourth, James Crocker and Jack Furman, also Rose-Hulman runners. We do have one more in the 800-meter heats for the men's side. We expect the competitors to be Evan Pauley from St. Mary of the Woods, Ethan DeHamer from St. Mary of the Woods, Oliver Mosley from Rose-Hulman, Michael Pacheco from Earlham, Emiliano Rosales from IU Columbus, James Fry from St. Mary of the Woods, Owen Trotto from Earlham, Jackson Roth from Earlham, Zach Leahy from Concordia, and Benjamin Wren from Concordia. And here we go. Final heat for the men in the 800. And a great start there on the outside. Will he be able to keep it up? Makes his move in to the middle. Evan Pauley for St. Mary of the Woods. Check that, Zach Leahy for Concordia out in front.
Athletes, this is the second call for the men's and women's 400
Still
meter hurdles.
a very wide distance between he and his next competitor. Will he be able to sustain his current pace? Zach Leahy, he's going to finish first comfortably. And Michael Pacheco for Earlham is in fourth. Two teammates, Evan Pauley and Ethan DeHamer, fighting for the second spot. So Concordia gets the first spot, and then it's St. Mary of the Woods with second, third, and fourth in that one. Then Earlham College in fifth. Let's get some big picture scores. On the men's side, it's DePaul out in front of Manchester. Manchester followed by Rose-Hulman. That's the top three on the men's side. On the women's side, it's Concordia in front, followed by DePaul, and then Rose-Hulman. Lots of DePaul, lots of Rose-Hulman. Our next event in this one is going to be the 200-meter dash. Check that. It won't be the 200-meter dash. It will be the 200-meter dash, but first it will be the 400-meter hurdles, which this one, I'm not sure that I would want to run this one. But yeah, we're going to take a break. We'll be back with the 400-meter hurdles.
A lot of times when you come to Rose, students will say the work is hard. And it is. There's rumors about the difficulties of Rose-Hulman. I would say they're on par for the most part, but 9 times out of 10, at the end, the student's going to end with that statement, but it's worth it, or I really enjoy it. And I think that's really the key part. Like, if you really like doing something, it's going to be a lot of work.
So the commonality is just the love for science and math. Mathematics is really the basis of all science and engineering. It's the language that we use.
We need to make sure that they have that backbone in order to succeed as future scientists and engineers.
We collaborate as faculty, and they see how one class starts to impact another class.
Math, science, technology, how intertwined they are.
Our students are very driven in everything that they're doing.
Is that opportunity to be pushed, because we do push the student to see what it is that you're actually capable of. We're not just saying, here, go do this hard project. We are right there with them. I think that matters.
Our job is to create a safe place to fail. That would be terrifying if you did that alone.
That results in students that are ready to walk out of the door and into their place of work, ready to be a productive contributor.
So our professors all know us by name.
It was refreshing to know that I would have a relationship with my professors.
And I think that's key.
Because of the very low class size here, it gives me, the instructor, an opportunity to actually be engaged with the student.
We know who's struggling, we know who's doing well, we know who's getting it.
Basically, everybody knows everybody here.
The faculty are there for you. All of our students are advised 100% by faculty.
Your professors already know you. Even if you haven't met them, chances are your professors have talked about you to other professors.
And we do all of our classes in 10 weeks.
Very fast-paced.
So as difficult as the courses might be, as rigorous
and difficult
as it might feel for those 10 weeks, you know that everyone here has your back.
I think the big thing that I want people to always know when I talk about Rose-Hulman is we, the faculty, are here at Rose-Hulman because we love teaching. That is the reason we are here, and I think that sets us apart from all other institutions.
Finding the right answer and trying again, that's really what dragged me to aerospace. I saw other people making amazing stuff on 3D printers, and I thought if I combine that art of 3D printing with engineering, I could make something as complex as an airplane. It all changed when I came to Rose-Hulman. I feel amazing that I have still 3 years to do something much more complex.
Hello and welcome to Game Day. My name is Keith Myers. I'm the Vice President of IndianaSRN. We're glad that you joined us today. If you'd like to see more content just like tonight, just hit the donate button. Every dollar that you donate will go right back into more games right here on IndianaSRN. This means more games for you. It's IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
Chris Schumerth back with IndianaSRN at Cook Stadium in Terre Haute, Indiana for the Early Bird Invitational. And we are getting ready for the 400-meter hurdles on the women's side first, and then the men's side. And there we go with the women's side. So just one heat for this one. DePaul in both of the top 2 spots. It looks like St. Mary of the Woods in 3rd. watch a track meet, it's so difficult to determine which event would be the most difficult, but this one would have to be on the list. So Katie Moore, Liberty Scott, and Evelyn Morales, the top three for that one. We are going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back.
Anxious over algebra? Call Ask Rose, the free science and math homework helpline. It's free world-class tutoring. Just call, chat, email, or screen share. Learn more at askrose.org. Confused by chemistry? Call Ask Rose, the free science and math homework helpline. It's free world-class tutoring. Just call, chat, email, or screen share. Learn more at askrose.org.
So my goal is to get involved in space industry and learn about what lies beyond the Earth's horizon. I came across Rose Rocketry. I saw, hey, they're doing some really cool stuff. They're building rockets. Being at Rose, I was able to hone my engineering skills to push myself to get involved in the field further and learn about all these different opportunities. And I don't think I would have really gotten that at a bigger university.
Calling officials cheaters or corrupt?
Insulting referees.
Threatening officials.
Berating young umpires, learning the ropes.
Violent language in the stands.
Screaming at a referee in the parking lot? It's not a game.
Welcome back to the early bird Rose-Hulman here. The track and field events have been amazing down low on the floor, and now being up here in the booth, it is even a better spectacular as we get ready for the first heat of the 400 men's hurdles here at Rose-Hulman. Once again, amazing job by Rose to be able to put on an event like this so early in the outdoor season. All the kids down there joking around with us, making sure that we're having fun, they're having fun as we get this one started away. As we, once again, having a great run by the outside lane. And we have, looks like Rose out in front, followed by a couple Wabash runners. And making this third turn here. It looks like Wabash is going to make the move, and they will. Stumbles a little bit, and now we have a four-person race heading down towards this final turn. And it's actually DePaul who's out in front now. DePaul, followed by Concordia, then Wabash, then Rose. And this last runner is going to be from lane 2, DePaul's Casey Russman, followed by Zach Wedland. Owen Smith running out the top three. Colton Nanko in fourth place for Rose. That helps Rose out in the points. And again, early in this season, Very impressive running from all runners down low.
Our next event is the second heat of 3 of the men's 400-meter hurdles.
As we get ready for the second heat of the 400 meters. Once again. As we're getting ready to line up once again for the hurdles. Beautiful day out there too. A little bit windy, a little bit chilly, but all in all, for a March day in Indiana, you can't ask for much more than that. In this section, we have Noah Vivian of Wabash, then Josh Snipes, Luke Witt, and Aaron Klug, all of Concordia.
Athletes, this is the second call for the men's and women's.
So as we get ready for this second heat of the men's 400 hurdles.
200-meter dash.
We only got 4 runners in this heat. And the favorite is the runner from Wabash. He's in the 3rd lane. Snipes from Concordia is in the 4th lane. Witt from Concordia is in the 5th lane, and Klug is in the 6th lane. Again, 3 Concordia, 1 Wabash in this heat. As we get ready here, there's the gun. And once again, great jump by the Concordia runner, Aaron Klug. But now we have Witt surpassing him. It's Witt out in front now. Now it looks like Snipes is going to snipe him, and he will. It's Snipes and Witt out in front. 1-2, and it looks like it's going to stay that way heading into the final turn. As we make this turn here, looks like it's Klug. Oh, it's going to be Snipes out in front. Josh Snipes is going to take it in this one, followed by the rest of his teammates and Wabash coming out. Or no, it was Witt, then Vivian, then Klug finishing 1, 2, 3.
Our next event on the track is the 3rd and final.
Now we have our final of the 400-meter hurdle. Darius Miglin, Cole Snow, Mason Nicholson, Jaron Patterson, and Jack Hudson. Darius is from St. Mary of the Woods. Cole is from DePaul. Mason's from DePaul. Jaron's from St. Mary of the Woods. And Jack is from Wabash. Again, getting set up for the 3rd and final men's hurdles here at the Rose-Hulman Early Bird meet.
Fans, your results from the men's triple jump competition. In third place, Abbott Church from St. Mary of the Woods. And in second place, Lucas Mathis from Concordia, Wisconsin.
And once
And your
again,
winner, with a mark of
coming in here is
13.13 meters, James
always
Collins from
fun when
Rose-Hulman.
you're competing for even a regular season title win. And thank you once again for watching us all on RHIT.TV. Thank you for Ben Wood coming down here early, setting us up. Daniel Thacker on our main cam as we're off. As we have Jack up in front. But just like that, it's Mason Nicholson out. And it looks like he's going to take this one. Mason making the last turn in the lead. But don't look now. Here's Jaron Patterson. It's going to be Patterson in the final stretch. Jaron Patterson stumbles there towards the end, but it's going to be Patterson once again if he can finish strong, and he will. And I'm sorry, once again, that was Darius Miglin who won the race, not Patterson. And that just shows, Chris, what you were talking about earlier, how tough it is for us to see these runners, especially with the numbers being out in front of us.
Some of the jerseys look similar, too. So thanks to Justin Griffiths for filling in for a few minutes and for the fine work he's done on the field today. Where he will continue to track down some winners for us. I've learned several things about competitors today from those conversations that he's been able to have. As we move toward our next event, the 200-meter dash.
Hurdle crew, you may now remove the hurdles for the 200-meter dash.
So some quick updates on both the men's and women's scores as a whole for the day. On the men's side, it's DePaul in first with 81.5. Rose-Hulman in second with 81. St. Mary of the Woods in third with 64.5. Concordia in fourth with 62. And Manchester in fifth with 61. On the women's side, it's Concordia out front with 124. DePaul in second with 112. Rose-Hulman in third with 87. St. Mary of the Woods in fourth with 55. And Manchester in fifth with 36. We'll be back after this with the 200-meter dash.
So I started working on Babcock Ranch 16 years ago. We designed a sustainable community that is also storm resilient, and also it has a ton of flood control associated with it. It has 75 megawatt solar facilities on site, which will cover the entire 18,000 acre community. In September of 2022, we had Hurricane Ian. We had 150 miles an hour sustained winds for about 10 hours and 21 inches of rain. Babcock really had little to no damage at all. We were the only place in a 2-county area that had any electric or any available drinking water that did not need to be boiled. And Rose really prepares you to go out, think outside the box, and problem solve. And I think for any major at Rose-Hulman, that's what you're getting. You have the ability to go out and create something new and innovate and change the way that we live as humans today.
They say nice guys don't finish first. So maybe it's time to reconsider what it means to be first.
It's about being your best, but knowing you could be even better.
It's being present, but respectful of history.
You sure you want to make that move?
It's donating something more valuable than money.
It's believing in yourself and something bigger.
It's coming from different families, but treating each other like brothers.
It's not just being a man, it's being a Mason.
Hey, thanks for joining us tonight. We consider it a privilege to have you as one of our listeners and viewers. If you'd like to see more content just like tonight, just hit the donate button. Every dollar that you donate will go right back into more games right here on IndianaSRN, which means more games for you. It's IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
Back at Cook Stadium for the Early Bird Invitational, RHIT.TV and IndianaSRN. I'm Chris Schumerth, and we are preparing here shortly for the 200-meter dash, first on the women's side and then on the men's side. There should be 3 heats on the women's side. The first competitors will be Ileana Hernandez, Emma Johns, Alex Adams, Shelby Stahl, Hope McGuire, Katie Moore, Gianna Blakely, and Natia Ballard. 200, another one of those challenging events. It's a sprint, but it is a long sprint. Interesting track and field, maybe not the most highly spectated American sport, but we do get into it in the Olympics, and just so many good stories coming out of the track and field Olympics this past summer. So many people I know were paying attention, enjoying it, and here we go with the 200-meter dash. Down the home stretch here. It is DePaul out front with Rose in second, and I believe that was Manchester sliding in there in third. Shelby Stahl for DePaul will get the first place in that one. Alex Adams for Rose-Hulman in second.
Our next race is the second heat of 3 of the women's 200-meter dash.
Heat number 2 here for the 200. Competitors, expected competitors: Megan Weber, Juliana Russell, Anna Joza, Kalia Thompson, Irma Robles, and Allie Smith. And it was Manchester there in third for that first heat. Setting up for the second heat in the 200-meter dash on the women's side. Second out of 3. Keeping an eye on that weather all day, but it's been pretty consistent. 44 degrees is what it keeps showing for me. Hasn't bothered the athletes, at least the ones that have talked to Justin. They almost seem to like it. And as we've said a couple times, anytime you get to compete in an outdoor sport in the early spring in Indiana, you can't complain much. Second heat, 200-meter dash. Got two out front, fighting for that first. That's Juliana Russell from Earlham with the first. That's her personal record. Kalia Thompson from DePaul, 28.02. Anna Jazza from Manchester in third. Manchester also snags the fourth place with Irma Robles. And again, we do have one more heat coming in the 200. This third heat will be Madison Merritt of IU in Columbus, Alex Ball of Earlham, Lauren Majors, St. Mary of the Woods, Jessica Faley of DePaul, and Kyla Bradbury of St. Mary of the Woods. Final heat of the 200-meter dash for the women coming up. The athletes are standing by their blocks. Running out of running events for the day. After the 200-meter dash, we'll have the 5,000-mile run. That'll take a while. And then the 4x4 100-meter relay. Of course, we've also still got some field events going at the moment. The men's hammer throw, the women's discus, the men's long jump, the women's pole vault still going. And here we go with the 200-meter.
Athletes, this is the first call for the men's and women's 5,000-meter run. Again, this is the first call for the men's and women's 5,000-meter run.
St. Mary's of the Woods. IU Columbus there in second.
Our next event on the track is Heat 1 of 5 of the men's 100-meter dash.
Kyla Bradbury in first in that one. St. Mary of the Woods. Madison Merritt for IU Columbus in second. Jessica Faley for DePaul in third. After 3 heats on the women's side, we have, count them, 5 on the men's side coming.
Fans results from the women's 400-meter hurdles. In third place, Evelyn Morales from St. Mary of the Woods. In second place, Liberty Scott from DePaul. And your winner with a time of 1 minute and 3.07 seconds, Katie Moore from DePaul.
Competitors from this first heat on the men's side be Jalen Presley. Check that. Ian Lemons for Rose-Hulman. Kristen Woodard for St. Mary of the Woods. Nier Samuel for St. Mary of the Woods. Colin O'Malley for DePaul. Jack Cox from Rose-Hulman. Tanner Brooks from Wabash. Caleb Heldman from Rose-Hulman. And Andrew Shields for Rose-Hulman. And the men move forward. Get down on the blocks. And we've got a gun.
Athletes, this is the second call for the men's and women's.
These guys are flying.
Again, this is the second call for the men's and women's 5,000 meters.
DePaul out in front. We've said that a lot today. St. Mary of the Woods in second. And then a fight for third. We'll have to get the official results for that one. It's Colin O'Malley for DePaul in first. Nier Samuel for St. Mary of the Woods in second. And Caleb Heldman for Rose-Hulman sneaks into third, with Christian Woodard from St. Mary of the Woods in fourth.
The men's 400-meter hurdles. In third place, Zach Wendelman from Concordia, Wisconsin. In second place, Darius Magnan from St. Mary of the Woods. And your winner with a time of 56.26 seconds, Casey Russman from DePaul.
Heat number 2 coming up. It'll be Nick Bauman for DePaul, Cameron Wilson for DePaul, Lavarian Campbell for Manchester, Lane Zander from DePaul, Carter Leniger for Wabash, Noah Wagner for DePaul, Dylan Connor for DePaul, and Christopher Royal for Wabash. Lots of DePaul in this one. Shouldn't be long. We do have Justin down on the field with the winners of that first one.
All right, I'm back here with Colin. Colin, we talked about it. You keep winning these events. We'll keep interviewing you. What was your mindset going into this one compared to the last event?
Same pretty much. I mean, it's a little farther, so keep my arms going at the end. That's about it, just full speed the whole time.
And we saw Nasir try to catch you there at the end. Were you kind of peeking behind you, making sure that you had at least a halfway decent lead on him before you kind of slowed up to try to keep pace, or were you just thinking about finish first, worry about him second?
Yeah, I wasn't worried about him at all. I ran slower than I wanted to, but still good. A good start to the season, so he'll be good.
All right, thank you so much, Colin. Chris, back to you.
Good day for Colin. We have talked to him a few times. He's pretty thoughtful, too, about his strategy. He knows what he wants to do before he does it. Speaks to coaching. He's got someone talking to him about his mindset, about what he needs to do. Think about track and field. You know, you think about this as being a talent realm. You know, if you're fast, you're fast. If you can throw far, you can throw far. But there's lots of technique, and there is strategy. Heat number 2 is off. This one is really close. Wabash is in there. Manchester is in there. DePaul is in there. I think maybe DePaul snuck into first. We'll have to check the official results. I do have Lane Zander from DePaul sneaks into first. Got Carter Leninger from Wabash in second. Lavarian Campbell from Manchester in third, and Noah Wagner from DePaul in fourth.
Alex Adams from Rose-Hulman in second place. Shelby Stahl from DePaul.
Don't worry, we've got more coming. 3 more heats for this 200-meter dash on the men's side.
Our next event is heat 3 of 7 of the men's 200-meter dash.
Competitors for this third one: A.O. Lally from DePaul, Ryan Fox from Manchester, Julius Hearns from Wabash, Ethan Boper for DePaul, Parker Roche for DePaul, Ethan Hurwitz for DePaul, Morgan Clark for Wabash, and Charlie Dill for DePaul. Certainly got a lot of competition for this DePaul team for these spots. Speaks to the program that they've been able to build. They're able to recruit guys in knowing that, hey, you're going to have to compete. Looks like that Rose distance squad out there in the middle, warming up for that 5,000 meter run coming up next. Here we go, heat number 3, the 200 meter dash on the men's side. Looks to me like DePaul is out in front, and they are in the first 2 spots. Wabash coming in third, then another DePaul runner in fourth. That's what I had anyway. It's Ethan Hurwitz from DePaul in first. Io Parker Roush for DePaul in second.
Our next event on the track is heat 4 of 7 of the men's 200 meter dash. call for the men's and women's 5,000-meter run. Again, this is the third and final call for the men's and women's 5,000-meter run. Your race will take place shortly after the final heat of the men's 200-meter dash.
While we pause, how about some NCAA tournament scores? Looks like Purdue got by McNeese earlier today, 76-62. And St. John's currently trails Arkansas by 1, 33-32. That's on the men's side. This is heat number 4 for the men. What do you know? DePauw up there, but IU Columbus, I think, going to get first. That's Liam Milne for IU Columbus. Eli Dodge for DePauw in second. Gavin Yarborough in third. DePauw. I think I said there were 5 of these heats for the 200-meter dash earlier, and I was mistaken. There's actually 7. So we're just getting started here. Everyone wants to run the 200, apparently. Competitors in Heat 5, Jose Martinez from IU Columbus, Andrew Cowlin for Rose-Hulman, Dominic Sabalos for Concordia, Devin Bow from St. Mary of the Woods, Cameron Pierre for Concordia, Tristan Steffens for Rose-Hulman, Aiden Jeffrey for Franklin, and Caden Russell for St. Mary of the Woods. Give you some NCAA tournament scores from the men's side. How about the women's? Looks like West Virginia is beating Columbia 72-53 late in the 4th. Oklahoma beating Florida Gulf Coast 54-47. USC up on UNC Greensboro 28-11. Oklahoma State 17-15 over South Dakota State. Heat number 5, 200-meter dash. That's Rose-Hulman in front, but very closely with St. Mary of the Woods, who might have snuck in front there and snagged first. Keon Russell, St. Mary of the Woods in first. Tristan Steffens for Rose-Hulman in second. And Devin Bowie for St. Mary of the Woods in third. Dominic Sabalos from Concordia in fourth. We're not done yet with the 200-meter dash. We've got 2 more heats. Heat number 6 for the men in the 200-meter dash should be Nick Taylor from Concordia, Braylon Twine from Manchester, Brock Roseman from Concordia, Stephen Pugh from Rose-Hulman. Heat number 6, 200-meter dash. That's Rose out front. Stephen Pugh with first in that one for Rose-Hulman. Then Brock Roseman for Concordia and Braylon Twine from Manchester. We got one more. Heat number 7 of the 200-meter dash for the men. IU Columbus, Alejandro Saldivar will be in this one, as will Andrew Sedlevek, St. Mary of the Woods. Nate Yoven from Wabash, Emery Gunny from Rose-Hulman, Saulo Luna from IU Columbus, and Lucas Mathis from Concordia. Who knew that we would spend so much time on the 200-meter dash with the 5,000-meter right after? There were some women's NCAA tournament scores that I didn't get in. Iowa beats Murray State 92-57. Alabama beats Green Bay 81-67. The Horizon League goes down. UConn has a tough time with Arkansas State 103-34. NC State 75-55 over Vermont. And that's it for now. Last heat for 200-meter dash for the men. Competing for those spots in these low heats. That's Wabash out with a comfortable lead over Rose-Hulman. Although Rose-Hulman, a heck of a finish there. Can't quite get back into first, but impressive nonetheless. That's Nate Yovan for Wabash, 23.56 in first. Emery Gunny for Rose-Hulman, 23.78 in second. Lucas Mathis for Concordia in third. Saulo Luna for IU Columbus in fourth. Let's check in with the scores. Let's see if anything's happening there. On the men's side, it's DePauw still up, 93.5 in first place. Rose-Hulman in second, 84. And St. Mary of the Woods in third with 72.5. Just behind them is Concordia in fourth with 72. And Manchester with 61 in fifth. On the women's side, it's DePauw also leading there with 138 points. Concordia in second with 129. Rose-Hulman with 100 in third. St. Mary of the Woods in fourth with 77. And Manchester University in fifth. Coming up on the big one, the 500-meter run. Longest race of the day. We'll start with the women. See the runners entering the track on the far side of the field. Like we have scores from the men's triple jump. It's James Konis in first for Rose-Hulman, Lucas Mathis in second for Concordia, Abbott Church in third for St. Mary of the Woods, Corbin Jackson in fourth for Concordia, Aaron Klug in fifth for Concordia, Caden Krebich in sixth for Concordia, Declan Grosbeck in seventh for Rose-Hulman, Wyatt Dorsey in eighth for Wabash, Joe Jansen in ninth for Rose-Hulman, and Toby Zale in 10th for Rose-Hulman. We also have official places for the women in the triple jump. It's going to be Tessa Kochert for DePauw taking first, Amaya Jackson for Concordia taking second, Caitlin Katula for Concordia in third, Aubrey Edwards for Rose-Hulman in fourth, Princess Robinson from Earlham in fifth, Natalia Ballard from Concordia in sixth, and Allie Smith in seventh for Rose-Hulman. Here we go, 5,000 meters. We're going to be here for a minute. There's some competitors for you in this race. It's Amzie Manbrook for DePauw, Grace Thomas for DePauw, Rowan Herring for DePauw, Cleo Saltz for Earlham, Quinlan Teague for St. Mary of the Woods, Rebecca Testa for Rose-Hulman, Summer Kite for Rose-Hulman, Abigail Kerfman for Rose-Hulman, Addison Ebert for Manchester, Ellie Grinder for Rose-Hulman, Emily Baker for Eureka, and Aaron Jones for IU Columbus. It is no surprise that DePaul is out to an early lead here. Although there's lots of traffic up there in the front. I see at least 5. Appears now to be DePaul in the first 3 spots. And then Rose-Hulman in 4th. St. Mary of the Woods in 5th. That's Amzie Manbrook currently in the lead with Addison Ebert behind. Sorry, check that.
In second place, Nasir Samuel from St. Mary of the Woods. And winning the 200-meter dash with a time of
Grace Thomas in second.
Colin O'Malley from DePaul.
Rowan Herring, the 3rd DePaul runner. My calculator tells me this will be about 12.5 laps here. Still DePaul in the top 3 spots.
Fancy result from the men's long jump.
Rose-Hulman and St. Mary of the Woods certainly in striking distance, so the lead isn't insurmountable by any means. But it is a luxury to have 3 of you up there. We're all running in that inside lane. No reason not to at this point. You have to think that they communicate in a situation like this. And again, they practice this thing every day. I'm sure they're clear on their strategies. If you're wondering how many miles 5,000 meters is, it's just over 3. St. Mary of the Woods has snuck up to that 4th spot now. The DePaul ladies still the top 3. It's Amzie Manbrook, Grace Thomas in the first 2 spots. And that lead does seem to be increasing. ladies from DePaul were the first 3 seeds, so nothing too shocking happening as they prepare to lap a competitor. The leader is a junior, second place a sophomore, third place a sophomore. They look like they've done this before. Some field events happening at the moment. The men's hammer throw still going. Women's discus still going. Men's long jump still going. And women's pole vault still going. In other places. 5,000 meter run for the women. Just over 3 miles. DePaul comfortably in the top 3. Some of the real runners that I've met over the years, they talk about these relationships they build out on these long runs that they go on with these teammates. The sweat and the blood that they earn together. And the runner's high. Sustains you through that pain. Such a consistent pace for these 3 out in front. They look like they could do this for a while. Keep right on going. things that one of Justin's interviews said today that was memorable is no matter what your competition's doing, you're always racing against yourself. And so some of these runners who aren't in the top 3, that's what they're doing. They're racing against themselves and their own mind. Don't look now, but I think the DePaul runners are picking up their pace. If you look at the times of these 3 girls in comparison to the field, it's about a minute better than the next best time in the group. Manbrook, who is in the lead, does have the best time of the 3 recorded on the season. But it does look like the kind of thing where, depending on the day, probably any of the 3 of them can win.
Fans, your results from the women's pole vault competition. In 3rd place, Amelia Thiemann from Rose-Hulman. In 2nd place, Irene Lima Matueno from Rose-Hulman. And your winner, after clearing a height of 9 feet 10 inches, Caitlin Catula from Concordia, Wisconsin.
It's the most distance that there has been between the 3 over the course of the entire race. I believe we're at 2 laps to go for the leaders. Manbrook just keeps right on increasing the pace, increasing the lead. Last lap, and we get the bell to signify it. Let's see how much is left in the tank for all these competitors, including the 3 DePaul runners that are in the front. See what kind of kick they have in them. And Manbrook looks to have one. The men will be next in the 5,000 meter run. Here comes Manbrook. She'll finish not quite in a sprint, but certainly more than a jog. And her two teammates are right behind her, Grace Thomas. Herring. Top three finishers for DePauw, as impressive a feat as we've seen yet today. Plenty of other runners still out there, and again, there's something about the psychology of finishing a race well when you know you're not going to win. It's a mental game. We see a nice little kick there from St. Mary of the Woods. That's Quinlan Teague, who just finished for St. Mary of the Woods. Nice race for her. Quinlan Teague. And there comes Ellie Grinder for Rose-Hulman with her kick. Check in on those scores for the day in case anything has changed. DePauw, Rose-Hulman, St. Mary of the Woods, Concordia, Manchester on the men's side of the top five. On the women's side, DePauw, Concordia, Rose-Hulman, St. Mary of the Woods, and Manchester. As we finish up the 5,000 meter run for the women. Still a couple runners on the track. After the men run their 5,000, the last running event of the day will be the 4x400. That's our last runner for this one. As the men start hopping around on the other side of the track, ready to compete in their own 5,000. Just over 3 miles, 12.5 laps. You watch it in a track meet and it seems so far, and then you think, what's a marathon? It's a lot more than that. It's a half marathon. Oh, and I did. See the competitor fall to the ground at the finish. Hope she's okay. Assume it's just the exhaustion. The men's 5,000 meter will be next. Justin is down on the field with our winner.
All right, I'm here with the women's 5K winner. What was your strategy going into your first outdoor event of the season?
We were just really looking to hit the conference standard, run the three of us together as a team, and kind of go out in more of like a tempo pace and speed it up throughout. So we have saved legs. We're at WashU next weekend, so that's the distance carnival is a big meet for us.
And for you personally, what was your biggest thing from the indoor part of the season to right now here in the outdoor part?
Like the difference?
Yeah.
I would say like having those 2 weeks just to train. I picked it up to 50 miles a week from 45, so just tacking on more miles.
And going forward in the rest of your year, what are some of your goals that you're hoping to hit as your season continues and then into your conference at the end of the year?
Yeah, we have a really strong team this year at DePaul, so I know we're looking for an outdoor conference championship after winning our first indoor one. Personally, I'd love to run sub-18 in the 5K, and I'm looking forward to running the 10K at WashU next weekend and hopefully going sub-39 in that.
All right, thank you so much. Back up to you, Chris.
Just a few goals there. Minor ones. May the rest of us be as motivated. Go from 45 miles a week to 50. Yeah, we got Franklin College out to the early lead in the men's. After the first two, there is a huge group or pack, and probably any of them in that second tier could still win this race, depending on who's got the most left in the tank. But we'll see if these Franklin guys can keep this pace like the DePaul ladies did. Franklin in first, Franklin in second. Then a strong dose of Rose-Hulman in that second tier. William Hirsch and John Asplund is what my board tells me the young men from Franklin's names are. Franklin now in third as well, though not by much. Impressive nonetheless. A couple more Franklin, not far behind there either. Franklin has had a quiet day. As a team, they currently sit in 7th on the day. Seed Arkansas still beating St. John's now by 12 with about 12 to go in the second half for those paying attention. Still a very potent second tier in this race that are definitely not out of it. 8 laps to go for the leaders. The orange shirt, if you were watching, just stopped. I was wondering about that. I don't think he was actually running in the race. I don't know if he was pacing or if he was just getting some of a workout in for himself. Seems to be formidable. He was up in the front. William Hirsch and John Asplund still leading for Franklin. The lead, especially for the first, is significant. Plenty of guys still within striking distance of that second spot. And William Hirsch finishes the lap and sees the 5 in front of him. That's how long he has to go. 5 more laps for the victory is his. Can anyone catch him? Those strides are impressive from Hirsch. Makes it look easy. And his teammate at least has some competition. Might be too early to say he's in trouble. Laps now to go for Hirsch. I do believe that Rose-Hulman has now snuck into second. Hard to tell with the many runners that are out there. That's John Grease for Rose-Hulman, who has made the move. Still plenty of space between Hirsch and his next competitor, though, as he looks up at 3 laps in front of him in this 5,000 meter at the Early Bird Invitational in Terre Haute, Indiana, pulling from several states today. Wisconsin, Missouri, Illinois, Indiana. 2 laps now to go for Hirsch. Well out in front. So many of these Rose-Hulman guys running together as well. Back in kind of the middle of the pack.
In third place, Quinn Schaller from Wabash. In second place, Carver from Manchester. And your winner with a mark of 51.71 meters, Kobe Martindale from Manchester. Results from the women's discus competition. In third place, Abby Kohler from Manchester. In second place, Carolina Snyder-Perez from Rose-Hulman. And winning the event with a mark of 40.75 meters, Carly Camp from Manchester.
Last lap for Hirsch. Most of the rest of his competition have a few more than that. And he is increasing his pace. No one is going to catch Mr. Hirsch. Those pink spikes have done the job today. And Hirsch will be the first one to stop because he's the first one to finish. The 5,000 meter race goes to Franklin College, just south of Indianapolis. That's his teammate, John Asplund, not far behind John Grease from Rose-Hulman. Is also done. Check that. Chris Lynn for Rose-Hulman. Now we transition to the part of the race where you race against yourself. We got a nice kick there. Nice finish from the Earlham competitor. Be William Hirsch in first, Chris Lynn for Rose-Hulman in second, John Asplund from Franklin in third. This is our second to last race of the day. 4x400 still coming, the relay. The men's discus is still going. In terms of what might still be able to happen in the scores, DePaul leads for both the men and women overall scores for the day. It's a lot closer on the men's side than it is on the women's side. The men currently lead Manchester by 12.5. The women lead Concordia by 28. That is it for the 5,000 meter men's race. Coming up next, the 4x400 meter relay, which is a fun one to finish on.
Student athletes are competing in the men's and women's 4x400 meter relay. Please report to the starting line. Again, all athletes competing in the men's and women's 4x400 meter relay. Please report to the
It's been a
starting
full day. Some of these athletes have been out here since before 11 a.m. That's when the first field events started. First race was shortly after noon. Four by 400 meter teams on the women's side taking their instructions and their spots. Typically your fastest runner is going to be last. Your second fastest runner is going to be first. But of course the exchanges themselves can have huge consequence for the outcome of the race. Whether it's clean, whether it's fumbled, whether it causes you to look back.
Our next event on the track is the women's 4x400 meter relay.
Justin Griffiths is down on the track with our winner from the last race.
I'm here with the men's 5K winner, Will. Will, what was your strategy going into this race?
Just really trying to stay consistent. It's a long race. It's kind of hard to, keep your focus on. And, there's no reason to take it out too fast or anything like that and, die out. But my goal was just to try to stay as consistent as I could. I had a pace in mind. I just tried to hit that to the best that I could.
With this being one of your guys' first, if not your first, outdoor events of the year, what has been the biggest thing from the indoor part of the season to this part of the season?
I think just really sticking with the training has helped me a lot. My coaches know what they're doing, and I trust what they're advising us to do, and I just follow that, and it's worked for me.
Going forward, throughout the rest of this season and then going into the HCAC at the end of the year, what are some of your goals that you're hoping to hit going into the conference tournament?
I'd say indoor conference is definitely not what I expected. I'd not expect to do that well. But I think for me, just staying persistent, knowing what my end goal is, to score points at conference for my team, and just to get some personal records for myself. and I'm just helping my team do the best they can do.
All right, thank you, Will. Chris, back up to you.
Yeah, we're finishing our first lap in the women's 4x400 relay, and it was St. Mary's of the Woods who jumped out to the early lead. I believe that's Rose-Hulman in second.
Results from the men's 5,000-meter run. In third place, John Asplund from Franklin. In second place, Chris Lynn from Rose-Hulman. And in first place, with a time of 15 minutes, 16.06 seconds, William Hirsch from Franklin.
Still St. Mary of the Woods in first place. And Rose-Hulman in striking distance. Concordia in third. Followed by Manchester. And we have quite the momentum for Rose-Hulman, who's now not only taken the lead, but extended it. It is Rose-Hulman that will go into the final lap with the lead. Just looking to see who that third runner was for Rose-Hulman, who did all that damage. It looks like Rose Talbert really turned the tides for her team. Now it's Jocelyn Onstadt. She's finishing a job. She's got about 200 meters to go, and the win will be Rose-Hulman's. St. Mary's of the Woods still in second, and it's Concordia in third. Really impressive win here by Rose-Hulman in this one. Rose-Hulman is in third place on the day. I won't be surprised if they're at least able to sneak up to second, though Concordia will score points in this one. Rose-Hulman, St. Mary of the Woods, and Concordia, the top three in the 4x400 relay for the women. The men's race in the same category will be coming shortly.
Our next event on the track is heat 1 of 2 of the men's 4x400 meter relay.
This is our last running event of the day, the men's 4x400. Looks like men's discus is still going at the moment in terms of the scoring. Other points that teams can still come up with, which may mean that we're closer to a final score on the women's side than we are on the men's. Justin is down on the field with our winners from that last race.
All right, I got the Rose 4x4 coming around, all 4 of them. Great way to finish out a strong opening to your outdoor season. What was the biggest thing for you?
Just really getting acclimated to the outdoor season. Running it indoors is completely different, so coming off the really hard school record from ISU in the indoor season, just getting acclimated to being outside again.
And couldn't ask for a better day. A little cold to start the day, but finished out. Going forward, what's some of your all's goals in this season?
We're going for that record.
Okay, we're getting the record.
We're going for sub 4. So record right now is 4 minutes. We're going for sub 4.
Yeah.
So that's what we're going for.
And I mean, if we go sub 4, then
we just want to keep going. We're just going to keep going as far as we can. That's just where you would end.
You all seem to have so much chemistry together. Has the indoor season really helped you guys gel, winning that championship and then moving forward into this outdoor season?
Oh, 100%. Well,
we didn't win the championship.
Okay. No, we didn't win the championship, but we ran a lot this season. We ran that 4x4 a lot. We ran it at ISU, and we had such a really good, solid base with one another, so we just figured keep it the same, keep moving on.
All right, back to you, Chris, and let's start this men's 4x4.
Well, the theme of the day from the interviews is confidence, and there's lots more confidence there from the 4x400 team from Rose-Hulman, and that third leg especially, lots of reason for that confidence. They win going away, and now we're heading into the men's 4x4 who are down in the blocks, and we're waiting on a gun. I believe it will have 2 heats for this particular event. And we're off in the first heat of the 4x400 for the men. Strong start for St. Mary of the Woods. I believe that's Darius Megnan out in front. And he's followed not far behind by Franklin's Steven Scott. DePaul in third so far. That's Sam Ortner in the first leg. Franklin takes the lead on the exchange. St. Mary of the Woods in second. And gaining ground, by the way. Must have been a tough handoff there for St. Mary of the Woods. Still Franklin and St. Mary of the Woods, neck and neck. It looks like St. Mary of the Woods will regain the lead as they head into the next handoff. Hopefully they can get this one a little smoother, and they do. They're both in that inside lane now. Looks like maybe DePaul in third. And Franklin back on top. What a battle so far between these two. Should be Nathan Bujalaka for Franklin. And Jaron Patterson for St. Mary of the Woods. And with the final exchanges, this will be it. Comfortable lead for Franklin. We didn't have the best start in this meet, but they seem to be finishing well. St. Mary of the Woods is not done yet. Not done yet here. This will be quite the finish. That's Nasir Samuel, who's had a good day already. Can he catch him? Going to come down to the home stretch here. And Samuel is taking the lead. I don't think Franklin's going to be able to recover. It's going to be St. Mary of the Woods in first in the 4x4. Franklin in second. DePaul in third. So St. Mary of the Woods first, Franklin second, DePaul third, Rose-Hulman fourth in the 4x4. First heat for the men. We do have another heat coming. That was one of the more competitive finishes we've had today at the Early Bird Invitational in Terre Haute on the campus of Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology. Justin is down on the ground, I'm told, with our winners. Justin, that was a fun one.
I'm here with St. Mary Woods, winners of the 4x4. You guys wanted interviews all day long. Let's go. What was your biggest inspiration going into this final event?
I'm going to tell you the truth. Our coach have us running parachutes with 440s, so it's kind of hard when it's the wind going, so you just keep pushing. End goal is the main point. That's all we want.
What has been the biggest change from your guys' indoor season to your outdoor season?
As a captain of a young team, I'm only a sophomore, and I got a team full of freshmen, one junior. So I feel like the only reason we could capitalize is just the hard work we put in. Shout out to all my boys.
And I got one more question for you. You guys were so close so many times. What does this mean to you to finally be able to finish strong?
I lost to the same person 2 times in 2 different races, stealing me of my rightful interview, and I thank God that I got it today because I gave it everything I had. God bless.
What was the question?
What do you think that you guys finally got to deserve today?
I would definitely say it was just coming out here and competing. It was a lot of hard work and dedication that we put into practice, the many, many hours, blood, sweat, and tears that we put into it. So I think that we got out of this was that we just have that hope going into the conference title here, coming here soon, that we can compete.
All right. Anyone? All right. What's been your biggest thing? This is twice now that you've been able to pull out a huge victory for your team. So what was your motivation into the last race?
My motivation? I just saw my 3 teammates absolutely destroying it. Alpha Sigma. Yes, sir. And then when on that last backstretch, you know, I just skibbity turn my booster on, you know.
Skibbity turn! Skibbity turn!
All right, Chris, back up to you.
They're having all the fun on the field, not necessarily in the races, but in the interviews today. I'm glad we could finally do that for them, is get them in their the spot they wanted to be in, the interview. We've got one more heat in the 4x400 meter relay for the men. Let's check that women's score, see if we've got anything finalized or close to it. For the women, it looks like DePauw still comfortably out in front with 172 points. Concordia in second with 150. Rose-Hulman in third with 146. 98 points for St. Mary of the Woods in fourth. Manchester University with 59. Earlham with 38. IU Columbus with 11. Franklin with 5. And Eureka with 2. Last race of the day, 4x400, second heat. Okay, we just learned that they're not doing the second heat, which means we are out of races. Let's check in with the men's score real quick. And it does show that 18 of 19 events are scored, so there's still something out there. But as of right now, DePauw is in first with 120.5. Rose-Hulman with 119. Manchester University in third with 107. St. Mary of the Woods, 95. Wabash, 79.5. Franklin, 76. Concordia, 72. IU Columbus, 7. Eureka, 6. Earlham, 4. It's been a fun day here in Terre Haute at Rose-Hulman for the Early Bird Invitational. Chris Schumerth here with Ben Wood and Justin Griffiths on the field. Thank you so much with IndianaSRN and RHIT.TV. We will see you next time.